Everyone, good to have you here, whether you are here in person or via digital device. It is Tuesday, July 19th, 2022, and we are here gathered in City Hall for a special called session of the Athens-Clarke County Mayor and Commission, and following that will be our agenda setting session. And so I'm going to begin by asking Clerk Spratlin for a roll call.
Davenport.
Here.
Parker. Here. Link. Here. Wright. Denson.
Here.
Poole.
Here.
Edwards.
Here.
Myers. Here. Thornton. Here. Handy.
Here.
We have 4 of us 7 present.
All right, thank you, Madam Clerk. I appreciate that. All right, now's the time when we are taking resident input on any item just on the special called session agenda. So those are just the 4 items that we'll be voting on this evening. So would any member of the public like to speak to these items? And you can line up at the podium if you'd like to speak to any of these 4 items. Rules of input are the same as they will be for our agenda setting session, which is that you will have 3 minutes for your input. When it is time to begin, the light will be green. When you have 30 seconds remaining, the light will be yellow. And when the time is up, the light will be red. And if you would fill out a comment card and hand that to the attorney who is right in front of the podium, that'll allow us to accurately capture your name and the item with which you are making input. So again, this is the time when you may speak to any of those 4 items on the special called session agenda. Evening.
Hi, I'm Joan Roden. I want to speak to the Parklet program. We see all the things that are going on down, closures of roads and so forth as those things begin to take shape. I just want to know if the public knows what a Parklet program is. And what does a Parklet program entail? If you do any research, you'll find out that even though it is a widespread thing, it is basically taking up parking spaces in downtown in order to make outdoor dining for people who dine downtown. If you're dining downtown, that might be a good thing. If you're doing some other business downtown, that might not be such a good thing. Also, Parklet programs also put a strain on businesses that next door to these parklets who may not have a desire to have a parklet situation. What kind of a burden financially does that put on those businesses who are not using that as a means to an end? Also, how easy is it for any business to determine what they want to have for their particular parklet and what are the restrictions that the city puts on them about those parklets? What finances then are incurred on an ongoing basis when a parklet is put in? I dare say that the average citizen has no idea what this Parklet program is all about because they've not done research. They've not even looked at what has been given to the public, because only what has been given to the public is not what the negatives about having the parklets. So one parklet takes place and a business is encumbered as a result of it, and then there's later on there's finances involved in it, strains to get the government, the local government, to approve whatever it is they want for their parklet. So I suggest that the public do some research on the Parklet program before the next session.
Thank you, Ms. Rhodes. Would anyone else like to speak to any of the 4 items on the special called session?
You guys are bringing up the reclassification bill today, correct?
That's in the agenda setting session. That's not
Okay.
one of the 4 items on the special called session. If you look
Okay.
in the hallway on the table, there's an agenda out there for you.
Thank you.
All right, hearing none, we'll go ahead and I'd like to introduce a consideration of suspension of rules. Would there be a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Thornton and a second from Commissioner Davenport for suspension of rules for the special called session. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Are there any opposed? Are there any opposed? All right, hearing none. First order of business is the 2022 Bridge Investment Program grant application. And so this utilizes some prospective federal funds that we'll have available to us. And those who've seen the agenda see that there are really kind of three activities outlined. Prospectively, the replacement of the Fowler Mill Bridge. I know of great interest to people on the west side of town. Prospective replacement of the bridge that's on Mitchell Bridge Road over the loop that would expand access to pedestrians and cyclists, which of course is one of our long-range plans and an element of our recently passed TSPLOST program, and then a broader analysis of other bridges throughout the community. So I'd entertain a motion regarding this item right now.
So moved.
I second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Hamby for approval and a second from Commissioner Thornton. Any discussion, Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you, Mayor. I appreciate the process of applying for this grant, and certainly these bridges and Fowler Mill and Mitchell Bridge Road have been on a priority list for quite some time now. Mitchell Bridge Road holds some great promise with what Commissioner Neesmith and I had been working on a few years ago with regards to pedestrian loop. With sidewalk access and across the bridge. I will say, though, that it looks like, especially in regards to Fowler Mill Bridge, the application process, if we get it, we won't be able to do anything until 2026. Am I right in saying that?
Well, thank you, Commissioner Hamby, and I know that's a concern of a lot of folks. And my understanding is procedurally, if we want the state, we need to enter into an agreement with the state to pay for the balance of the bridge, perhaps through this grant. Once we enter into that agreement, I forget the technical name of the document, we may be able to effect some temporary repairs to get us to that point, but we have to wait on that process, and I can give you some more description of that.
Okay, and I may have said this in the agenda report, and I may have overlooked it, but when do we expect to hear something back from the state?
Well, the grants are supposed to be announced in December.
Okay.
And what I would like to do, and I think it would be helpful to you, is to give y'all a detailed breakdown of the whole situation around Fowler Mill, since there's been a lot of questions about it, similar to what we did with College Station Road.
Okay.
And I will give that out to you in the next day or so.
Okay, and I'm glad we're applying, don't get me wrong, but I'm also wondering, was there a deadline for it to be on the special call session tonight, or?
Yes, yes, there is. That's
Okay.
why it's being advanced.
That's fine, thank you. Appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Any further input, Commissioner Thornton?
Again, I'm also glad that we're applying for this money for the bridges that really do need to, that we still haven't really downloaded the infrastructure money, and these bridges need to be fixed. My question, though, is the two, and I know, and it said other bridges, but the two bridges, I know that we have applied for the RISE grant twice in the past. And I'm just wondering, was there a thought on why the North Athens Bridge couldn't have been named like the Fowler and the Mitchell Bridge, since we know that is a dangerous spot and we're still trying to address that issue? Now, I understand when you said and other bridges, so I could see us lumped into the other bridges. I get that. But I'm just wondering, was that just what
Well,
was that?
we do currently have the RAISE grant application that's pending. And Mayor, I think you've gotten some communication on
Yes.
that today. I don't know if you want to.
Yeah, I'd be glad to. I spoke with a representative from Senator Ossoff's office today, and the senator is engaged with the federal administration through the Department of Transportation to help us carry that. And so it's my understanding that it will be in the August or September timeframe, earlier than this one, that we'd be hearing about the RAISE grant regarding.
Not to be ungrateful again, This was one of the situations that we found that happened with TSPLOST, that the committee was waiting to hear from the RAISE grant, and that particular application fell through. There is no guarantee that it will. So again, I just want to make sure that the North Avenue Bridge is identified by name as many times as possible. So my question is, Mitchell First Mill, and no, I'll go and I'll wait. I'll be around. If the money comes, I'll be around. I'll advocate later. But I do think that until that bridge gets fixed on North Avenue, we should spell it out in all that we do.
Thank you, Commissioner. I've got input from Commissioner Hool as well.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm very glad to see this both for Fowler Mill and for Mitchell Bridge. They're both sorely needed. I have a couple questions for the manager. The first one is, Manager Williams, could you please clarify the cost figures for Fowler Mill? I'm trying to make sense of how the revenues listed at the top of the agenda item line up with the table in Facts and Issues 14.
Yes, thank you very much for that question. There's a mistake in the table that's embedded. So the amount being asked for the grant planning application is $900,000. The amount asked for Fowler Mill Road Bridge is $3 million, and the amount asked for Mitchell Bridge Road is $5.6 million, for a total grant request of $9.5 million. And
Okay, thank you.
We'll get out a corrected agenda report forthwith.
Okay, fantastic. Commissioner Hamby already touched upon this a little bit with the timing, but I was just curious if you could elaborate a bit on what the timeline is we're looking at for Fowler Mill to be reopened, even if temporarily with temporary repairs, assuming we do get this grant, optimistically as soon as we can see.
Well, if we do get the grant, or if we are awarded the grant, of course, there's design and construction, and that would take a couple of years into FY26. But my understanding is that once GDOT procedurally enters into an agreement with us on the bridge, where there's an agreement for them to assist with the funding of it, and it is in excess of $3 million, of course, then at that point, we could use some local funds to effect some temporary repairs to perhaps get some type of traffic going on there.
Okay, fantastic.
So that would be after
if we
after
went
December.
ahead and did that, if we did something temporary right now, is my understanding correct that would kind of kneecap our ability to keep priority with GDOT?
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And the last question I have, a lot of concerns are coming from residents about this. Obviously, it's been closed for quite some time, and specifically about CSX blocking off streets when they park on the tracks or if they need to do maintenance. And I know we've communicated about this and staff has communicated with CSX, but could you please share an update on those communications with CSX and what, if anything, we can expect from them moving forward with regard to closures?
Yes, and this is not a problem that's unique to Athens-Clarke County. In fact, this happened in the last county I was in as well. And staff has reached out to CSX about the concern of trains stopping on the tracks here, and they are aware of the concern. In past conversations, they've been unable to give us assurances that they could avoid this. We asked if we could at least get a schedule of anticipated stoppages that would block the crossings, but they were unable to provide this either. But they told us they had no currently scheduled maintenance in the area which would require long-term stoppages or block crossings at the location. We will continue to ask them for information and assurances, but we don't have much authority to force them to provide this.
Okay, thanks for that. Yeah, if you could include something about that in the report that you're planning to draft up, that would be very helpful as well.
Will do.
And the last thing I just wanted to make sure we're clear on, if we don't get this grant, then we're basically looking at a $3 million bill to fix this bridge. Is that correct?
Yes, the actual anticipated cost at this point is, yes, there would be 3.75 million is what the anticipated replacement would be. That's all inclusive. of design, utility relocation, right-of-way acquisition, and construction.
Okay, so an additional 750,000 beyond what's captured in the figures, the updated figures you shared in this grant. There'd be another 750,000 on top of that for other costs associated.
Yes, that's correct. It's an 80% grant, 20% match, and so that's 3 million at 80% and 750, a little bit more than 20% for the match.
Okay, thank you very much.
All right, any other input from commissioners? Commissioner Myers?
I just want to make a quick comment in my support of this. You know, we have to take care of bridges and keep them going, and when we have something like Fowler Mill, that's wonderful that we, you know, have this grant to apply for. I'm also particularly excited about that Mitchell Bridge for the people who live on the far side of the Mitchell Bridge for over the bypass. Their inability to cross over and just walk up to any of the restaurants, the supermarkets up there is hindered because of the lack of pedestrian access over that. So that would be really exciting for walkability and bikeability on the west side.
Thanks, Commissioner. At present, I wouldn't recommend hauling a bag of groceries home on foot from any of the grocery stores to your home if you're on the other side of the bridge, that's for
Right.
sure. Manager Williams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'd like to qualify further a statement I made to Commissioner Hull's question, and that is, if we don't get the grant, we would still hope that GDOT would assist us so that the full amount did not fall locally. So that is, again, why we're sort of in a holding pattern here to gain their commitment to assist with the project.
Thank you. Commissioner Thornton.
Actually, Commissioner Myers has just tweaked my brain here a little bit. For all the reasons that she is glad to support this grant, and the same reasons I'm glad to support this grant, those are the same reasons that the North Avenue area should be addressed. And every time we talk, we always talk in the past tense about North Avenue. So as grants and GDOT conversations go on, I would like to encourage us to remember that the north side of Athens is in just as dire need as the west side.
Thanks for that, Commissioner, and I'll share the Senator's office asked me to highlight why this was a priority for us, and it was exactly those really health and livability questions that I raised, that, you know, those, you know, many hundreds of homes just outside of the loop on North Avenue should have safe and easy access to groceries, to the Department of Labor and so forth. So, good point.
Thank you, Mayor.
All right, any further input? All right, there's a motion from Commissioner Hamby, second from Commissioner Thornton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, second item of new business tonight on our special called session is a permanent extension of the Parklet program, which of course we've been operating under emergency order for many months, but there was great interest in providing an ongoing platform for, and so Commissioner Parker has ably shepherded this through the Government Operations Committee, and Commissioner Parker, I'll just ask you to begin and make a motion if it's appropriate.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this does what it says, essentially, in extending our existing Parklet program with some considerations we discussed in committee of how to deal with parklets that directly abut bike lanes, since that was somewhat of a safety concern, and drawing out of that considerations of liability, ensuring that restaurants are, you know, taking the responsibility for damages incurred due to activities on the parklet property. As these are adjacent to streets, thinking about the design and durability of barriers to protect against traffic, as well as ADA considerations of turn radii, spacing, ramp inclines, and other things to make sure these spaces are fully accessible to people, as well as in terms of safety, how to best manage patron transit from establishments across the sidewalk into these areas, and employing guiding signage to ensure that people aren't, you know, carousing around on the street or anything like that, which we haven't really seen a great deal of issue with regards to parklets thus far. But we've also established a fee schedule And finally, a lot of this was developed in response to public input, a survey that staff put out on a range of issues. I think one of the biggest things is that 78% of those surveyed were in favor of parklets in general, and a lot of business owners sort of weighed in on what sorts of benefits they have for their establishment. So I actually want to thank staff for really their help throughout, but particularly I thought that public input process was really robust and detailed and helpful in our deliberation. But with that said, I will make a motion that we approve this ordinance and open the floor for any of my colleagues on that committee to weigh in if they would like.
I'll second.
Commissioner Link, any follow-up?
Yeah, I also want to extend my thanks to staff and commend them on the public input process. There was a tremendous amount of outreach. I mean, it was actually kind of an unusual volume of responses, and it was overwhelmingly positive. I don't know where the individual who spoke saying that nobody knows about this has been, but there has been a tremendous amount of public input. And the very fact that these parklets have been in operation for over a year now is evidence enough that the public is extremely aware of them, and there haven't been any negative impacts. I just came from vacation in Massachusetts where parklets I went to Salem, Massachusetts and Northampton, Massachusetts, and parklets have been in operation there. They've been in operation in places like Asheville for years, long before the pandemic. And they're overwhelmingly have positive impacts on cities and draw more people into a community and cause people to spend more money at businesses where they might not actually spend money. If they're actually sitting outside for an extended period of time, they catch a glimpse of a business across the street and they might decide to patronize it. So all the research I've seen shows an overwhelmingly positive impact, and I feel like we've shepherded this through the GOP or GovOps for, I don't know, 6 months or so? So, there's been plenty of consideration, and I feel like we have a airtight ordinance that will provide lots of opportunities for local businesses and community engagement, where as people gather.
Something went wrong. Please try again.
Whoa, that's weird.
Thanks, Commissioner Link.
Sorry.
I think Commissioner Denson was next.
Thank you, Mayor. And I concur with my colleagues on government ops. Staff did a great job of being extremely thorough when addressing anything from cyclist safety to ADA access to some of the things that were brought up at public comment, which impacts on possible nearby businesses. And as Commissioner Parker brings up, there was a survey put out that got 651 survey responses actually, with 78% of them being supportive of keeping the Parklet program going on, which I was looking here, just in 11 days will have been going for 2 years now, which I think is ample time for us to see that that these are something that the community enjoys and benefits from, and that we've also seen that the business community downtown enjoys and benefits from, and in a lot of ways actually creates more positive economic impact by having more people eating at these restaurants and actually kind of staying downtown longer and lingering longer and spending more money around, especially when we have conventions and stuff here. So I'm excited to see this move forward, and
Commissioner Myers and Commissioner Hamby.
I am totally supportive of this. I would like to ask the mayor if he would direct the GOC to help me understand, any members of the GOC, are there any differences between what's now existing and what's going into implementation here? And I know that or the highlights at least, and perhaps I was confused, but it was like all permittees are eligible to utilize 50% of the public parking in front of their businesses, and no more than 30% of public spaces along one side of any block may be used. So would that, for example, change the way the Washington Street area would look? Because, I mean, just, offhand, it seems like that's more than 30%, but maybe that's not a parklet?
No,
See, that's good. Then we need that clarified.
No, you need to clarify.
Well, I read the whole thing, so I obviously need to clarify.
No, you're correct, Commissioner Myers. The Washington Street retail area is not a parklet. It's a unique and distinct area that was stood up kind of early on during the emergency order.
Okay.
And in fact, the parklet itself has somewhat evolved. That second opportunity that you mentioned, where you could move beyond 50% of the
Yeah.
parking spaces, that was a later evolution in the parklet design, so that's been retained in the ordinance. And I think it's fair to say, and I'll ask Commissioner Parker to respond, that probably the biggest difference is the fee structure. So, rather than parklets being just a free pro bono opportunity, this is going to involve some costs to the prospective user, so.
Just following up on that to make sure I do understand, because those were things that were passed before I joined the commission. So is the area on Washington Street, is that permanent?
No.
Okay.
No,
I can address it if you.
Go right ahead.
Okay.
Yeah. So on West Washington Street, that special outdoor retail area was in response, I think, primarily to a bar that could not put a parklet because that was not part of the parklet
Okay.
the program. And the commission approved that as part of the emergency ordinance, so it just tends to self-renew. It is not part of this, and when you, if you don't renew the emergency declaration, then it will go away.
Okay,
I will
that's-
say inside that special retail outdoor area, there are 2 parklets. So those will stay, but the barricades and everything would come out of the street.
Okay.
Well, I can add a little more than that, too. They will stay for 30 days. An existing parklet has 30 days to opt in to the new system, is my understanding, talking with my staff about it. And so that opting in means they have to provide some insurance, meet some insurance requirements, provide liability protection for the unified government, and a number of other requirements that the committee came up with. I will correct one thing the manager said, though. The emergency order is drafted to renew tonight, but the outdoor retail area program is not a part of the parklet program, and it has not been left in the emergency ordinance. The mayor told us to draft that with that out and with the parklet program out. So going forward, the only thing that's in there is the mask requirement
Okay.
in the emergency order if it's renewed.
Thank you, Attorney Drake.
The outdoor retail area is not in there currently.
And staff would recommend that.
Commissioner Parker, is there anything else you wanted to highlight?
Well, I kind of want to just echo what you said about the fee structure, considering we are kind of losing out on parking fees, or parking revenue based on this program, sort of weighing how much we want to recoup versus, providing this value for the businesses that we also want to support and staying open. But I did want to ask, if I may, the manager a question. When you said staff would recommend, were you saying adding that back into no, you're keeping it out? Okay.
It does take a bit of doing every weekend to put that up, and it's an
Okay.
unusual thing that motorists aren't used to.
Yeah,
And so we're glad to see that go ahead and lapse and then go with the formal parklet program.
that makes sense. Thank you.
All right, so back to the order. Did that answer everything that you were looking for, Commissioner Myers? Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you. Appreciate Commissioner Parker's shepherding this through. I think it'll be a good program, and I will address some of what Commissioner Meyer said. We do have limitations on how many can be on each street and how many on each block. I think it's on a first-come, first-served basis. I think we still account for, if you want one, you have to get the business next door to give their okey dokey on it, I guess, so to speak, and then the fee structure. And then the other thing that we do is we put some standards on how the parklets could look, so that they look appealing. And we just finished all this work downtown to try to make it look better and look nicer, and certainly we want the parklets to reflect that as well. That's
Thanks,
it. Thank you,
Commissioner.
Mayor.
I've got Commissioner Edwards with input as well.
Thanks, Mayor. I just had a point of clarification for Attorney Drake. Attorney Drake, just to be clear, the parking spots downtown are owned by the government, correct?
Yes, they are. They are owned by the government. But I think one important thing, correct, that's correct.
Okay. And in your opinion, we're not creating some sort of misimpression that businesses own these parking spots and that, they have to grant permission.
Well, I think,
for them to be used as a parklet. I just want to be clear, this is government property that we are
And I think-
converting from car storage into a more vibrant, higher economic use.
Right.
Is that correct, Attorney Drake? I mean,
I think that's
just
great. I
wanna
think
be
the important
clear
thing,
there.
with the Parklet program that I see that the legislation, that the ordinance that the commission's getting ready to approve is that you are actually requiring the business to pay consideration for the use of the government property. And I think that's important to the legal defensibility of this. So I think that's important to point out as well, Commissioner.
Okay, so kind of, as a courtesy, we're requesting that businesses check with their neighbors, but in fact, the government does own these parking lots. These aren't owned by the businesses.
I guess I'm not sure what you're talking about as courtesy, checking with the neighbors. And I wasn't involved intimately with every aspect of the creation of this. My staff was, so I'm not sure what you're talking about there.
I'm just looking at, if a restaurant wants to put a parklet in, if they want to cover more than 50% or up to 50% of their facade width, they got to check with their adjacent neighbors and get their approval.
Right. If that's in there, I think that'd be an appropriate regulation here. But
Yeah,
is that in
okay.
there?
But just to be clear, that's a courtesy, the government owns the property. I mean, as much, my wife and I operate a store downtown, and as much as we would love to own some parking spots in front of our business, it's actually owned and operated for the government for the benefit of the whole community. And I'm glad the GOC has put forward this project to make this a permanent change. This has been a great benefit downtown. Our downtown streets are more alive with more folks congregating and enjoying our downtown restaurants. I think this is a great program. I'm very proud of this achievement, that this being made permanent. I am sad to see the Washington retail area leave. That kind of flew under my radar for this session. In my mind, I know it's taken some staff time, but it sure has been a tremendous success. I mean, you look at how wide Washington Street is. It's tailor-made for a program like this, converting car storage and, three car travel lanes down that one stretch of one-lane road. I mean, that's just overkill.
And Commissioner, just as
So
a
even though
point of-
it's lapsing here,
Commissioner Edwards, just as a point of
I
clarification.
sure would love to plant the seed with my colleagues that we take a critical eye down there and do some permanent changes there too.
That's
to
part of
try
item
to
4,
bring
Commissioner.
back that vitality in the future. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You'll see that coming up on item 4, so that's not part of this. Obviously, the two things are adjacent, as Manager Williams identified. There are parklets within that area, but this vote does not impact that, so I just want to make that clear. Commissioner Denson?
Just a quick question, I guess, and acknowledging that that is not part of this, but that it might impact. And this is to the managers, if y'all know, sorry to put you on the spot, that we spoke to, there was a limitation where some of the bars there could not do a parklet program before, which kind of led to this. My understanding is that with this newer program, they would be able to apply for the parklet program. No?
No, that's not correct.
No.
It has to be a restaurant and.
Oh, correct, right.
Or
specialty. It has to be food only.
Or
yeah.
special, that's not, bars themselves
that's
are
right,
not
that's
eligible
right.
for the park.
I remember we go. Yeah, okay. I also say I definitely agree with Commissioner Edwards about the width of that road and would love to see that revisited. Yes, sir.
And I will put on out to Commissioner Edwards, I found the clarification, that he's correct, that in section 622A, parklet design, it says all permittees are eligible to utilize 50% of the public parking in front of their businesses, rounded up to the nearest whole number and not less than 2 spaces. Then it goes on, applicants representing restaurants adjacent to perpendicular angle parking with written letters of support from their contiguous neighboring businesses or property owners may utilize between 51% and 100% of the public parking in front of their businesses, rounded up to the nearest whole number and not more than 4 spaces. So if there was not objections from the adjoining property owners, they could enlarge the size of the parklets, the way the ordinance currently reads, up to not more than 4 spaces.
Thanks for that, Attorney Drake. All right, is everybody set?
I gotta read the ordinance.
All right, please do that.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Ordinances of Athens-Clarke County, Georgia by adopting a new Chapter 6-22 Parklet program entitled 6 Licenses and Business Regulation and for other lawful purposes.
All right, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All right, are there any opposed?
And Mr., there is one more ordinance connected with this, setting the fees.
All right,
The fee schedule.
if you could please read that as well.
An ordinance to amend the Code of Athens, Clarke County, Georgia with respect to schedule of fees to be adopted annually and for other purposes. That's the ordinance. This sets the fees and gets inserted into our budget ordinance.
Could,
Does that
could,
require another motion?
could I
Yeah.
hear a motion just to affirm the fee structure?
I motion to approve the fee structure.
I'll second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker, a second from Commissioner Link to affirm the fee structure. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, motion carries. All right, moving on to the third item on the special called session, which is the College Station Road Emergency Roadway Repair Contract Award. Manager Williams, if you could just very briefly outline this. I know it's of great interest to members of the public who traverse that roadway.
Thank you very much. What we know is that a contractor digging in the area hit a 16-inch water line. I know there's been questions about who's at fault and recovery of damages and things of that nature. That's just something that we've got to work through, and I really can't comment much on that. The water created some voids up under College Station Road, particularly on the eastbound lanes. Those had to be shut down and a detour enacted. And then assessment had to be done in the form of ground penetrating radar to initially identify the locations of the voids. And once those were determined, then some borings were done to identify the depth of the voids. And then that was communicated with one of our on-call contractors. And using an emergency declaration and under the authority granted to me by the mayor and commission, waived the bidding requirements, and the mayor executed a contract or signed a contract on Friday evening so that the contractor could mobilize over the weekend and start work yesterday. So initial indications are that the sub-base, there were some concerns about how wet it would be and how long it would take to dry it out, and how much needed to be excavated to put back with suitable soils. And the contractors look at it in the last couple of days, if the weather cooperates, that they could be done as soon as next Wednesday.
Great. Thanks, Manager Williams. I appreciate that overview. I'd entertain a motion regarding this item.
I motion to approve.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from Commissioner Denson. Commissioner Myers, input?
Yeah, I did want to thank you for the information you've been sharing with the commissioners and with the community. As someone who represents a district where the majority of people drive down College Station, I have had a lot of people very interested in this, and I've shared it on 4 neighborhood Facebook groups with my own as well. And although people have been, of course, their daily patterns have been, they've run into trouble. It's taken longer to get to work in the morning. And I know that would have been the case for my years of going down College Station to get onto the loop to get to Athens-Tech. But 95% of the people who have responded have been very appreciative of the information from the county. I know that this has been an unexpected delay and an unexpectedly large delay. I know that you all are trying your best. You're all not perfect. I'm sure there are lessons we could all learn from this. The news that you just shared tonight was very good. I'm glad about that because there were lots of thunderstorms last night, and when I heard them in the middle of the night, I was sort of worrying about College Station. So I'm glad to hear that that information as well. I did want to ask for one clarification, and that's we're putting this money out now. Are we going to recover this through some sort of, insurance that we have or the other people have who are involved with this?
And again, we're working through all the issues with safety and risk, and
Yeah.
I cannot speak on recovery of damages from others. I do not believe our insurance covers this eventuality.
Okay.
But I will say that I think staff's done an excellent job of documenting from the minute that from the time that it happened to the damage that's happened. So we've done a good job of documenting everything so that we have credible information to point to when we get to that point.
Thank you so much.
Commissioner Denson, any follow-up?
Appreciate staff working creatively and so quickly on this to try to get this remedied. And I also early on say appreciate the staff the work to make sure that this community is compensated for the damages that have occurred. So I appreciate y'all working on that.
Thank you, Commissioner. Got Commissioner Parker, then Commissioner Hamby.
Yeah, I had some further clarifying questions based on, I think, two comments that my fellow commissioners just made. So I see that we'd contracted with Parker FiberNet in 2020, but they are not currently a contractor by the unified government. No.
They're not any type of on-call contractor.
No.
They are a fiber provider.
Yes.
We may lease some lines from them. I think we do, because that's what they do is they have dark fiber, and then we end up.
But the work underway here was private for other purposes. Okay.
Yeah.
And so is my understanding from your response to Commissioner Myers that we don't yet know if we have recourse to get some sort of liability on their end for damages that they cause and that is now impacting the public?
Well, I'll just say it this way. This could end up in a legal claim, and Attorney Drake, I would suggest that we not speak anymore about it.
I would just say that we're looking at every available alternative that may be there to always protect the interests of the unified government. And so that investigative process is now what we're going to undertake. That includes meetings with staff to find out what exactly happened and to determine if any steps need to be taken to protect the interests of the unified government. And of course, as always, you'll be fully informed regarding that process. And so I think initially the focus of the management has been team to get this contract in place, to get this work done. But at the same time, it's been understood the importance of having staff document about what happened. And I think that managers instructed staff accordingly.
Okay, thank you. I'll leave it at that. Yeah.
And I'm sorry, it's just potentially it's probably going to be a legal issue.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Thank you for that clarification.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Hamby.
Sure, okay. In addition to Commissioner Denson listed appreciation for staff, and I too hold that appreciation, but also appreciate the people who are having to change their routine because of this. I know it's not been easy, and certainly it's a change, and I know that things are being done, hopefully to get it done quickly, and working in hours that, beyond what's expected. I will make this one recommendation, though. I've had several people call me about, and I've had this happen to me too, about a sign at College Station and Barnett Shoals, because if you don't remember that the road is closed, you will go down that road and you will automatically start cussing because you forgot about it and have to turn around. So if there's a sign there at College Station, Barnett Shoals Road that, hey, might not want to go this way. So I think that would be helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner, for the suggestion.
We're trying to limit the community cussing these days. Attorney Drake, is there a budget ordinance that goes with this, or given that this is a contract?
I did not see one. Mr. Manager, I did not see a budget ordinance for this item. Unless I missed it.
Okay,
just wanted to verify.
Yeah.
I appreciate that. Obviously, it's a...
Well, it is, I believe we are using already approved calendar year
on-call
pavement maintenance program funds to pay for this.
Yeah, that's what I assumed. I was
Yes.
just saying, I didn't see one yet. I figured there was already funds appropriated for this purpose. There's not a budget ordinance.
Okay, thanks for verifying that. Appreciate
I
that.
just wanted to ask does that adversely affect other plans for pavement management that we had already for this year?
Yes. And we had some contingency too, and we can be more specific about that. If you'll remember with the calendar year program, we initially put it out to bid. It came in well in excess because of the escalation that the construction industries experiencing, and the attorney's office advised us that we could not negotiate that down to the level of funding that we had, so we had to put it back out. And when we did, we had a base program, and then we did add alternates so that we could eliminate down to the level that we were if it came back in excess, and we were able to afford those. So we're going to be, putting those funds into play to get this taken care of, and they're going to work it out with the program.
The contingency?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I don't know if it's all contingency. I think some of it is going to impact the program, and we can tell you, we will give some indications of where that will come from. Now,
Okay.
at a later point, we might come back to you to augment the program with general fund operating contingency in order to complete the program as envisioned.
Thank you.
All right, no, thanks for that question. I appreciate that clarification. Commissioner Davenport.
Just on this subject, just the good news is next Wednesday. Next Wednesday, the road should be.
If everything works well.
If the weather and the guys would be nice to us. Next Wednesday, the road will be open.
The absolute drop dead date would be before school starts for sure. Okay. But we're hopeful. Things look good, knock on wood.
All right. I've got a motion from Commissioner Myers, second from Commissioner Denson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed?
Aye.
All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, we're moving on to the fourth item, which is the 32nd declaration of a local state of emergency, and just kind of referencing some elements of this. As noted earlier, this does not include the Parklet program, which of course was a temporary fixture of prior states of emergency declarations, and it also doesn't include continuity of the West Washington zone. Also want to note that this carries us only through the 3rd of August. And so what I'll be asking of staff, and what I would ask commissioners to consider, are what some of our alternates are going beyond that. Obviously, we are in a high case count moment right now. We hope that a moment will pass. But functionally speaking, the way that state law is currently comprised, there really is very little else that would be embedded in local state of emergency. Now, there are some administrative actions that the manager could continue to take regarding management of our own facilities and behavior in our own facilities, such as wearing of face masks on high case count rises. But I'll be asking Manager Williams just in the next handful of days, along with Attorney Drake, to say what are the alternatives and consequences moving beyond August 3rd. So,
Make a motion to approve.
All right, motion from Commissioner Hamby to approve. Is there a second?
Second.
We got a second from Commissioner Thornton.
I'd like to make a substitute motion that we approve with the continuance of the West Washington retail area, considering the high caseload. I mean, the whole purpose of establishing those outdoor areas is to allow these businesses to continue while encouraging people to partake of them outdoors. And we have a high case count. I know several people out with COVID right now. So I just feel it doesn't hurt to continue that while we are in this high caseload state.
Second.
All right, so got a substitute motion from Commissioner Link to add back in the West Washington zone, which again would carry through the same date through August 3rd. Commissioner Hamby withdraws his earlier motion and seconds this version. All right, so I appreciate that. Any further input, Commissioner Hamby? Nope. All right, agrees with that. Commissioner Parker.
I just wondered if the manager could talk about why staff's recommendation had been to allow that lapse such that they could resume their operations, but under the just approved Parklet ordinance.
I may not understand the question.
Okay, so
Sorry.
when we spoke earlier about this lapse, I wanted to clarify with you, was staff's recommendation that we allow the program to lapse for that Washington Street area? Or if they wanted us to allow it to stand pending the new era of the ordinance that we just passed going into effect. And so maybe I misunderstood what you had said at that time. I wonder if you could clarify, is staff's recommendation that they halt operations, or was that staff's recommendation that they are able to resume, or able to continue? operations?
It was to halt the,
Okay, yeah,
the
so if you could
practice.
speak a little bit to why that was the case.
Well, you know, just because it is an unusual traffic arrangement and that we have to have staff go out there and put it up and take it down. But those are the two reasons.
You did mention that, yeah, okay.
Right. And so, again, the motion on the floor would have continuity with the West Washington retail zone, again, through August 3rd. And again, the intent would be in the next handful of days to have staff provide us for some alternatives beyond August 3rd, you know, noting that there isn't much utility left, or potentially no utility, I may argue, in the rest of the emergency order. So any further questions or input? Commissioner Thornton?
I am going to support this. I just wanted to address a question I got earlier from a constituent about the word mandate and some of the confusion that it may have. And I did call the attorney about that. And I think we're on the same page. We are actually following the state wording in this resolution, right?
Correct. This is in concert with state law, and so currently it is the case that a business really has to opt into a mask requirement, that we can't just uniformly apply that to all businesses without their consent.
So, and I guess that's where the clarification, or we just probably need to state that a business could ask a customer to leave if they follow the mandate, but not necessarily.
That's accurate.
And then therefore, if a business, if we didn't have the word mandate, a business owner could not really do that without some legal, like a customer could argue back and forth. This really protects, or not it protects, that's the wrong word. This really supports businesses that want to do the mandate.
So I guess the scenario you're describing is, should a local state of emergency not exist, could a business require a mask in that business? And I can't speak to that as a non-attorney. I don't know, Attorney Drake. If,
I would think a business probably, I could decide as a business owner, I want people to wear a mask to come in my business. I think this probably offers the business owner, though, some support that they have this, that they can point to this rather than having to be the bad guy, so to speak, or that it's government, there is a mask mandate in place for those businesses that choose to apply it.
And it can be, and there could be legal, well, I guess it could be legal either way, but really, it's really more of, I think, we know the government buildings are, we're all masked, but if a private business chooses, they could mandate it because it is a state mandate. And there's no.
I think based on what you said, Attorney Drake, that business always has that opportunity to say that this is what we require in our place of business.
And the mandate gives them that authority. It
Mandate,
gives them a
you may
little
say
bit
is
more cushion, I guess.
Or you may say it's sort of a ceremonial support.
Okay, yes.
And I do want to clarify, just so there's no misunderstanding, I mean, the state doesn't currently have any emergency order in place with respect to masks. However, this follows what the state, what we've been doing, which was consistent with what the state did when it did have an emergency order in place. The state does have an emergency order in place, but I think it relates to some issues that don't have anything to do with masking and all.
That's clarified.
Okay, yeah, okay.
Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, thank you. I am sort of coming around to the motion on the floor, given that we do have a high rate of community transmission right now, and school's coming back soon, so that would probably only exacerbate things, especially now that EGA ceased testing. I am, though, concerned about the obligation on staff to put those barriers in and take them out every time that the weekend rolls around. And so I wanted to see if there is some sort of compromise where, just like every other business, these businesses are asked to adhere to elements of the Parklet Ordinance with regards to self-fulfillment of those barrier requirements, perhaps not to the stringency of the ordinance, but like, rather than ask staff to do it, they could do it themselves, just like everyone else is supposed to.
I'll say, Commissioner, I think the benefit of the motion is that this really is just for 2 more weeks.
Yeah.
And you remember, even those prior existing non-fee oriented parklets have 30 days. So
Fair enough, fair enough.
I'm comfortable with the motion on the floor, sort of as a compromise, to say, hey, this gives some, tail to the West Washington retail area, and I think we could figure out how to appropriately pivot between now and then. So, is that fair?
Yeah.
Okay.
I was going to say the same thing. So it gives them, some notice, and we'll vote on it again in 2 weeks, so.
All right, so motion on the floor affirms the 32nd declaration of a local state of emergency and adds back in that component that we've had in priors about the West Washington retail area. So,
I'll read the ordinance.
thank
And
you.
I'll say that West Washington retail area is actually referred to in the ordinance as the Section 2 outdoor retail areas, which is what you're referring to.
Okay.
An ordinance for the 32nd declaration of a local state of emergency related to COVID-19 and for other purposes.
All right, thanks, Attorney Drake. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, hearing none, motion carries. All right, before we adjourn the special called session, I do want to note just a couple of committee assignments. I'm going to be providing these in writing to the whole body, including to you, Clerk Spratlin. For LRC, I would like you to consider limitations on the number of short-term rentals any individual can manage in residential zones, and the potential requirement to be a homestead holder to own short-term rentals, homestead owner within Athens-Clarke County to own short-term rentals. And while not offering this as the recommendation, I would ask you to examine Atlanta's ordinance as an exhibit.
And you're going to have Clerk Spratlin send those to us, right?
Yes, absolutely.
And I meant to send you an email about this. GOC in the past has worked on short-term rentals. I just feel that GOC, since we have worked on short-term rentals in the past, it would be better for GOC to handle that instead of LRC, because we essentially starting over.
I see. I appreciate that input, and I would be glad to assign that to GOC. I just definitely want the item taken up. So.
Yeah, I would, if I may, say that Commissioner Denson and I both sit on the inclusionary housing working group, and so we do bring some considerations from that around just affordable housing strategy. So that might benefit the work of also tackling the short-term rentals.
No, glad to put that in GOC.
Cool, let's go.
And the fact that I'm with LRC, I have no complaints whatever. If they want it, I would. Well, you're on LRC too. So we don't care.
So I'm going to drop that one in GOC, and thank you for that note. I appreciate it, and I'd forgotten that you guys had prior dialogue about that. I would also like to put into GOC the board authority and commission procedures, and review any recommendations from the manager's office, from public information, and from the clerk of commission regarding the GOC procedures and handbook. And then into LRC, I would like to put the question of public utilities water access in the one lot removed policy. Public utilities has some prospective recommendations for how to manage that process, and so just ask for consideration of that. So those are the two for standing committees. And then my last committee assignment for resident committee is for the Newton Bridge TAD resident committee, and I would ask them to prioritize tiering of public property improvements with potential increases that may exist in TAD revenue. And these may be funded either in a pay-as-you-go model or reliant upon borrowing against future revenue. And I'd like that to look at traffic safety enhancements on Newton Bridge Road between Dairy Pack and Vincent Drive, including designs that will yield a safer roadway and safer intersections. For consideration of bike or pedestrian access provisions, such as use of the existing roadbed or of new facilities, utilizing suggestions from the AIM plan and the Greenway Network plan, and then upgrades to the Holland Youth Sports Complex. Just editorializing for a moment, many of the other corridors that have TADs on them have a corridor body, such as Atlanta Highway and Lexington Highway and Prince Avenue. This Newton Bridge does not, and so I'd like that group to begin to look at these important enhancements. So that will be an assignment to them. And finally, last committee assignment is a new ad hoc operational analysis office relaunch committee that within 5 meetings or less, I would like to have them ask, should the staffing level remain the same in the Office of Operational Analysis, which is currently approved for 3 employees? I'd ask them to look at what the position descriptions or responsibilities should be of the members of that office, and then also ask them, do we wish to consider some level of outsourcing of projects with the auditor, the charter officer, as the coordinator? I'd like them to develop an audit committee structure as a more expert-driven body focused on efficiency of public sector operations with a specific charge and meeting schedule to that newly structured committee. And then I'd ask them to advertise and then recommend to the hire over time to the full commission and internal auditor. And so members of that ad hoc operational analysis relaunch committee will be myself as mayor, Commissioner Davenport, Commissioner Denson, Commissioner Myers, and Commissioner Hamby. So that's a mouthful, but you'll see that all in print. So
Can you repeat that 5-meeting maximum?
yes,
part?
once again, 5 meetings maximum.
Five
to-
meetings, you said?
to,
Just
to,
five
to,
meetings?
to achieve
Just
this.
5.
Or fewer, or fewer. Yes.
4, let's go. 3, what's up?
All right, so all of that said, I would entertain a motion to adjourn special called session.
So moved.
Second.
All right, I've got a motion from Commissioner Parker, second from Commissioner Link to adjourn special called session. All in favor?
Aye.
Any, all right, any opposed? All right, hearing none, we are going to move on to our agenda setting session. And just a note, there are several elements of our agenda setting session. We have the consent agenda, we have old and new business, and then we have a handful of planning and zoning items, just to sort of expedite activity for the public. I'm going to have us go through our standard consent agenda process, including resident input, and then have all resident input on old, new business, and zoning following that. So that way, if anyone would like to depart and enjoy this meeting on their digital device, they can do that. Standard procedure is that we first ask for any commissioner who would like to remove an item from the consent agenda. To do so, is there any commissioner who would like to remove any items from the consent agenda? Commissioner Parker?
Could I please remove number 5 and 7?
Okay. All right.
Mine was 7.
All right. Commissioners Edwards or Houle?
Yes, may I please remove 1 and 6?
Okay. All right, all right. Now's the time when I'll ask for resident input on any item that remains on the consent agenda. So again, same rules as earlier apply. You have up to 3 minutes for public input on these consent agenda items. As I noted before, the light will turn green when you begin speaking. It will turn yellow when you have 30 seconds remaining, and red when your time has expired. So if there's anyone who would like to speak to items 2, 3, 4, or 8, 9, or 10, now is that time. 2, 3, 4, 8, 9, or 10. All right. Since we got crickets, we're going to move on to old and new business, which includes those consent agenda items that have been removed. So now is the time when you may come up if you would like to speak to items 1, 5, 6, 7, or 11 through 24. 1, 5, 6, 7, or 11 to 24.
Okay.
Good evening.
When does it start?
Now's that time.
Okay, 3 minutes start. Hello, Mayor, and hello, Commissioners. Although I knew this, I'm speaking on 22,
Okay.
Resolution 22.
And just give us your name for the record.
Stella Zine.
Okay?
And although I knew the Supreme Court was planning to overturn Roe v. Wade, I'm still outraged and shaken to my core over this decision. And I'm sure many of us, many other fellow residents in our county also feel this way. I am so grateful to hear that our county is looking to adopt a resolution to protect reproductive health care. I read the current resolution, and although I deeply appreciate this attempt, it must embrace stronger rhetoric. We must make it stronger like Atlanta's resolution. Lives are at stake. This is personal for me. Being able to access an abortion saved my life. When I had a miscarriage, a pregnancy I would have carried to term, but I would have gone septic and possibly died had I not had access to an abortion. And not having an access to a safe, affordable abortion pre-Roe v. Wade almost killed my mother.
My mother went to an unsafe provider, the only that she had the access to in the Deep South at that time, who physically and sexually assaulted her and left her traumatized and hemorrhaging to die. And although my story and that of my mother's are of white women in the Deep South, Black women and other women of color and other people of color face even more structural violence, hyper-criminalization, and gendered and racialized oppression. Make no mistake, now that the broken Supreme Court has turned back time on reproductive health care, women and others who give birth will die. Georgia is already number 2 in the nation in maternal mortality for Black women, and overturning Roe has exacerbated this. Although SOTUS has been captured by the extreme religious far right, that does not mean that locally we can't fight this catastrophic attack on reproductive and human rights. I strongly support a resolution for reproductive freedom in our county, but we must make it clear and strong that no resources will be used for prosecuting people for their reproductive choices such as abortion. We must leave the county manager out of the decision-making process. A non-elected county employee should not be trusted with having such control over the lives of personal reproductive choices of residents in this county. For that matter, bodily autonomy is a human right, and the only person who should make this hard choice is the person seeking an abortion. I am so glad to hear that our district attorney Gonzalez has already proclaimed that she will not prosecute what may be soon referred to as abortion-related crimes. Because so many lives are at stake, I'm counting on the mayor and the commission to support a strong resolution to protect reproductive freedom and abortion access, which leaves the county manager out of this decision-making process and states that no resources should be designated for criminalizing people's bodily autonomy and their reproductive choices.
Thank you, Stella.
Everybody loves somebody who's had an abortion.
All right, again, this is all old and new business, save planning and zoning items where input will follow.
Hey there.
Evening.
I'm speaking to items 20 and 22. My name is Erin Stacer. Here's the little slip thing. There we go. As far as item 20 goes, I'm glad to see this ordinance. I just want to make sure that we get the language right in it. So in addition to making sure that we address that we want to have $1 civil sanction fee for possession in lieu of an arrest or imprisonment, we also want to have the Doraville definition of marijuana that includes paraphernalia, THC concentrates, vape pens, edibles, and other simple possessions of cannabis. And then we also want to make sure that this language it recognizes the historical disproportionate enforcement of cannabis, and that it also discourages the use of criminal penalties for simple marijuana possession. And then if it could also mention convictions on the state level as often being a barrier to employment. And this ordinance needs to include language that stipulates that violations of the ordinance will not constitute probable cause for violation of any other law. And then to item 22, addressing abortion. The main thing, just like the previous speaker, we want to make sure that the language is strong and clear, and making sure that it talks about how we don't want any city funds to be used in order to criminalize those seeking abortion care. So please make sure that that language is in the ordinance. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Erin. All right. Other input on old and new business? Provide your name and let us know which item you're speaking to.
Awesome, thank you. Good evening, my name is Erin Jimenez, and I'm a resident of Athens-Clarke County and the Marketing and Community Liaison Specialist for Franny's Pharmacy in Athens. I am speaking in support of the marijuana decriminalization ordinance tonight, specifically the CDO that will be presented. Here's a petition that has been signed by 458 people who also support this ordinance with the addition of probable cause. I've heard that the possibility of including probable cause has been the source of some concern. I'm here to speak about why the possibility of not including probable cause is a concern to me. Franny's Pharmacy Athens is Athens' only seed-to-shelf hemp dispensary. When people walk into our store, they see jars of cannabis flower lining the shelves behind our bud bar, as we call it. The most common question we get asked is, how is this legal? To answer that, we must dive into the 2018 Farm Bill and the 2019 Georgia Hemp Farming Act, only to circle back to the fact that some of it was a fluke, stemming from legislators who did not understand the plant they were legislating. We do not want this to be the case here tonight. So how are we able to sell this? It looks like marijuana, it smells like marijuana, some of it will have similar effects as if one consumed marijuana products. The answer is that those pieces of legislation that I mentioned a moment ago made hemp legal, and the only difference between what we call hemp and what we call marijuana is 0.3% delta-9 tetrahydrocannabinol by dry weight. That is one cannabinoid in the entire cannabis plant that produces hundreds of thousands of natural compounds. That is not a difference that you can see, and it's certainly not a difference that you can smell. When someone says they smell marijuana, what they're smelling, if they smell anything at all, is terpenes, which are found throughout nature, including in both hemp and marijuana because they are the same plant. That brings me to the next most common question that we get. What happens if I get pulled over with this? Obviously, we tell customers to keep the flower sealed until they get home, that the packaging has legal disclaimers, and a QR code that can be scanned to prove that this is a 100% legal hemp product. However, we all know what can happen in a situation like that, when there's confusion and other variables, and it's the heat of the moment, and someone gets scared. In that regard, I worry for my customers, my coworkers, and myself if I'm being completely transparent. I work in a hemp dispensary all day, so I'm aware that I smell like it. No one should have to worry about the smell of a completely legal product being used against them. In summary, I'm urging you to add this ordinance to the consent agenda for next month's vote with the addition of probable cause in the form of the CDO that will be presented tonight. There's been a clause added that states that the ordinance will stand if one of its parts gets shot down in court, which should alleviate some of these concerns about adding probable cause. It would be great if this passed as it is, but I would love for it to have an even greater positive impact on the community. And I would also like to say, as a private citizen, I support the reproductive freedom resolution as well. Bodily autonomy is a basic human right that encompasses both cannabis use and abortion access. Thank you.
Thank you, Aaron. Other input on old and new business? Thanks, Judd. Evening.
Good evening. While I do agree with some on this panel that believe that the punishment for the possession of less than an ounce of marijuana is a bit unjust and carrying jail time and high fines across the board, let's remember and inform the public that people possessing an ounce or less are not being arrested for such possession due to a lack of available machines to the police, according to Chief Sproul. So this ordinance is not necessary as it does nothing to a nothing problem. Let's inform the public, however, that the use of marijuana is still a crime in Georgia, and I'm guessing that is why there had to be a fine of something with this ordinance. Possessing drug requires there exist two parties, those who sell and those who buy. Those who take advantage of people who need the drug for various reasons or not, and those who think they need it, the victim. And while I agree that a victim, a person using marijuana, should just pay a fine of $1, I do believe the punishment should carry help as well. Thus, if you pass this ordinance, as I suspect you will because you probably already have discussed it among you, the notorious 6, I suggest that the victim, alongside paying a fine of $1, should be required to go to drug counseling or pay stiffer fines. By having a punishment of $1 would enable people to do more of the drug, and other people will lose the fear of using, so there will be more people using. How does this affect things? Number one, marijuana sellers will do more sales. These marijuana dealers also deal other drugs. Do we really want to encourage drug dealers at a time when we have approximately 40% of homeless due to drug addiction to sell more drugs? It will only keep them where demands are high. Inflation is hitting everyone. If a person is having difficulty buying food or paying rent, will this not hinder the ability to keep people in their homes and fed? What if they have children? I don't know the cost of marijuana and how many times people feel the need to do it. Do you? But any money saved is important these days. Well, then you can say that some people may make enough money that it won't hurt their income. Then why should they pay $1? The drug counseling will be for educating the victims on the finances and directing them to mental health or other resources. We need solutions, not to create more problems in a time when people are hurting financially. Thank you.
Thank you. And just as a technicality, just enter your name for the record.
Mara Zuniga, Winterville.
Thank you. Appreciate it, Mara. All right, other input on old and new business?
Hi, my name is Lucas Payne. I'm here to speak on item 20 today. I'm a resident of Athens-Clarke County, and passing this ordinance will ultimately save lives. Cannabis is an amazing, beneficial, and versatile plant. Many people find relief from this plant, mostly because it's simply that, a plant. It's not made in a lab with a list of life-altering or life-threatening side effects. It grows naturally around the world. And I've heard it grows quite well in Georgia's lovely climate, much similar to tobacco. Through the benefits of cannabis, my father made it through a decades-long battle with PTSD and depression. He suffered a traumatic brain injury from his service in Afghanistan, which led to neurological issues and many suicide attempts once he returned home. The VA threw a list of medications at him in hopes he would get better. Shortly after he was introduced to cannabis, although legal in his state, cannabis helped his depression and helped fight those episodes of PTSD so he could enjoy life at home a little bit more. Ultimately, the plant wasn't enough to save his life or fix his injuries completely, and he lost his battle with PTSD in 2021. I will forever be thankful for the years cannabis helped him make it through life. Decriminalizing misdemeanor quantities of cannabis will benefit our law enforcement officers not only with safety, but with day-to-day operations not clogged by arrests over a plant once testing becomes more affordable. During a regular traffic stop, tensions and anxiety can run high with anyone. They run even higher when someone in possession of a plant is worried about being arrested. I'm sure there have been many instances our officers have faced where an encounter escalates due to someone nervously overreacting in a stressful situation. It's human nature. If the punishment for this plant was a citation with a minimal fine, I'm confident citizens would not only be more cooperative, but less on edge when dealing with our officers. I can imagine once testing becomes more affordable, there will be an abundance of confusion. Passing this ordinance now only saves time and headache down the road. Using tax dollars to prosecute, imprison, and ultimately ruin lives of people over a plant is almost criminal in itself. Once again, I've heard, or one argument I've heard in the LRC meetings leading up to tonight is this ordinance necessary? I believe it's absolutely necessary. I believe it is necessary for Athens-Clarke County government to make their stance known on this life-changing plant. Testing is not currently affordable, hence why ACCPD hasn't deemed it necessary to go after this plant in misdemeanor quantities. However, I'd argue that it's not about the affordability of prosecuting people for a plant, but more about the morality of prosecuting people for a plant that they find beneficial to themselves. In closing, I would like to again say I support the passing of this ordinance. I support any revisions to the draft from the LRC meetings that will include coverage of probable cause and protection from any future court rulings. Cannabis, legally referred to as both marijuana and hemp, smell, look, and burn the same because it's the same plant with the difference of determined by a single cannabinoid, delta-9 THC. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Lucas. Other input on old and new business? Good evening.
Hello, my name is James Howard. I currently reside at 155 The Preserve Drive. I'm here to speak on the marijuana decrim and also on item 22. I would like to start off by saying I am also, as the gentleman pointed out, I am one of the people he was speaking about. I'm a veteran that served in Iraq, went 3 tours. I currently do use marijuana to tamper down my PTSD and my severe back pain that I received that I got from an injury while being over in Iraq. I think it's pretty disgusting that I have to come home and tell people that the freedom to smoke a plant should be legalized. Are you serious? It's a plant. We're a country founded on freedoms. Freedom to do what you want with your body, including abortion. So I urge you to please pass this and the abortion one. Thank you very much.
Thank you, James. Other input on old and new business?
Hi, I'm Josh Russell. I live over on 255 Seagrass Circle off College Station Road. By the way, thanks for working to bring that road back. We appreciate it. So I'm here to speak on item 20, and I didn't plan on it, but also item 22. So as far as item 20 goes, I think that we're a little behind in doing this. I mean, Atlanta's already done this, Macon's done it, Savannah's done it, even Statesboro's done it. Like, do y'all really want to be behind Statesboro, you know? But this actually is a very serious issue, and I'm glad that those cities have brought work to ending this issue. I think we all know prohibition has never been a good idea. It's had a history of failures in the past with both alcohol and, as we've seen in the past like 60 years now, marijuana as well, or cannabis actually. So I think that it's a no-brainer to pass this ordinance. I mean, let's all be honest, it really only affects poor communities. I mean, not only, but much more significantly, not only because they can't afford bail to get out of jail, end up being stuck in there for a ridiculous amount of time, but they also have to face legal fees, you know, paying for lawyers, paying for court fees, and all of that. It really adds up. It definitely adds up. And also, I have to say, I'm probably against people taking a class for this too. I don't think people like, you know, the veteran that spoke or this man's father really need to waste their time and money on something like that. Yeah, I think it's about time we do this. I think that we need to catch up with many other states, many other cities, and this will help a lot of people. It'll help empty out our jails. It'll help police focus on more important issues, and I think it'll help our community just build trust between the people and the government in general. And also, as for item 22, like I said, I didn't plan on speaking about this. I didn't know this was going to be an item on the agenda, but honestly, I think it's even ridiculous that we have to talk about this. I think Athens obviously needs to do everything in their power to protect women's reproductive freedom, and the fact that this is still a fight that they have, it shows that we've really come backwards as a country, and I think as a community we can bring ourselves back forward. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Josh. Good job. Evening.
Good evening. My name is John Thompson. I'm the Vice President of the Professional Firefighters of Athens-Clarke County. Just a little background. I'm a lifelong resident of Athens. I am I am the Clarke County School District, you know, what everybody speaks of. Went to Winterville Elementary, Bernie Harris Lions, and graduated from Clarke Central. I'd like to speak as part of the union on item 12 and item 24. The Prince Avenue corridor is highly traveled by fire apparatus on a daily basis, and restricting traffic flow through there could really create, safety concerns for members of the community and for members of the fire department. Just even in this agenda, we're looking at expanding Bottle Works. So if you have a major event at Bottle Works, you're going to shut down that whole corridor, even on an alarm activation with the number of apparatus that will respond to an event there. You're going to shut down the whole corridor if you restrict the traffic any more than you do. Because currently, we can park on the sides and they can still get around. You restrict it anymore, you're looking at completely shutting down Prince Avenue. And then 24, I see we're looking to take contributions from University of Georgia for a security system, camera system downtown. And I'm thinking that's because there's so many students that visit downtown. Well, there's students all throughout Athens-Clarke County that the fire department serves. UGA doesn't have a fire department. They have a police department. They don't have a fire department. So that all falls on the Athens-Clarke County Fire Department and the members of the union to serve that community. So I asked that the commission, in looking at this proposal, that in the future you look into that for the fire department also. I know we've done some things with
the emergency department over there, but I think that's something that we should look at on a continuous basis because we are continuously providing them with a service where they have no service at all. And on a personal note, I really like number 14 also, being a basketball guy from the county. It gets kind of old driving to Atlanta for youth basketball with that facility, the plans I've seen. It would be a great addition to the community. I could see tens of thousands of people coming to Athens on a weekend for a youth basketball tournament happening. I was just at the World Congress Center last weekend. There were 600 teams and I don't know how many thousand people there. It's so, and I believe we can do that here. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, John. Other input on old or new business?
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Asia, and I want to speak to item number 20, the possession of marijuana local ordinance. As we all know, Athens-Clarke County has a drug problem, right? A drug problem that's contributing to our homeless problem, a drug problem that's contributing to our crime problem. And right now, we have about 15 young men that are in the summer camp, and we're taking them to people living in recovery to talk to them about how to say no to drugs and how to not use drugs as an avenue to cope with their problems and their issues. You talk to the nearest homeless guy right now that is probably dealing with mental illness and drug abuse. They didn't start off with the hard drugs like fentanyl and the crack cocaine. You know, they started off doing smoking cigarettes, and that led to them smoking marijuana, and then that led to them more hard drugs. We have an addiction problem, and so as we're imparting into these young men and teaching them how not to be a product of their environment, we want to make sure that they understand the consequences of addiction. You know, a lot of people are addicted to marijuana. They cannot cope without smoking marijuana. Their moods. I have family members that are struggling with addiction to these drugs, and they're lacing these drugs. The police department just recently posted that we've had 25 plus deaths of fentanyl abuse, right? That they took it one time in recreational drug and slip from time into eternity. So it's a big issue. So I think if we're going to look at this ordinance and we're going to say, hey, we're going to allow them to pay $1 fine, I feel like there needs to be some type of classes that deal with addiction, that deal with the effects of marijuana. You know, there are a lot of different side effects of marijuana. Memory loss. I mean, it's potent. You know, it damages people's lungs. It deals with it's a lot of negative effects to marijuana. Even though we say it's just a plant, it's a way that we're supposed to utilize that plant, and honestly, it's being abused, and it's contributing to a lot of things that we're seeing within our community when it comes to drug abuse. We can't say that we want to fight drug abuse on one instance, and we're mad about all this, and then on the other instance, we're like, hey, free for all. So I think that we need to look at this ordinance and see how we're going to get to some of these root issues that our community is dealing with. Thank you.
Thank you, Asia. Old and new business.
Hello. Hi, my name is James Bovedo. I'm here to speak about number 20. And I'm here to talk to you about a drug that 8.5% of Americans are addicted to. It causes all sorts of terrible side effects, such as like your veins becoming less viscous, or not viscous, what's the word? It makes them more brittle. And that drug is nicotine. It is available to be purchased by any American above a certain age in a lot of different places. I want to talk to you about alcohol, which is available to be purchased by any American over the age of 21. I don't see how marijuana is any different. It is less addictive than both of those things. It's less addictive than caffeine even. And people can buy caffeine. Anyone can buy caffeine. I see no reason why marijuana should be illegal, and those ones are not. We live in a land based on personal freedom. That's all I got.
Thank you, Jane. Any other input on old or new business? Evening.
Greetings. My name is Brandon Smith. I'm resident in Athens,
Oh, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. I want to talk about items 20 and 22. For item 20, I really think that this is a good thing that y'all take a look at it and try to reduce the fine to $1 like ticket, because you also have to think about it. When the police make arrests, they had to do paperwork, and then on top of that, they had to do all the processing, and then there's more tax dollars that's coming out of our pocket, just for them to go through all that legal system. When really you can just give them a ticket, and the ticket will also go back into our county, which is, is a good thing. Also, with marijuana, there have been, studies that show that it's actually been an aid instead of a negative. And I think if we really focus on the aid part, I haven't seen no negative side effects of it just from just doing research. As far as the item 22, I absolutely positively believe that a woman has a choice to do whatever she feels with her body. I don't think that it's not right that the government can say, as a woman, you can't do this. But there has never been a law that says that, as a man, you can't do whatever you want to do with your body. And if America is value on democracy and freedom of choice, I think that the government shouldn't play a role on what humans can do or say to their body. And that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you, Brandon. Other input on new or old business?
Good afternoon. My name is Jeremy Sharp. I live at 1270 Barber Street. I'm here to speak in favor of item 20, the Legislative Reviews Committee to report on local cannabis ordinances. The drug war rhetoric that we heard earlier was reminiscent of Nancy Reagan. It's dated, not based on factual evidence. I myself got involved in drug policy reform because I am passionate about rectifying policies that negatively affected myself and my peers. My high school buddies went one of two places, Afghanistan or jail, sometimes both. 3 weeks before my 18th birthday, I was arrested in Gwinnett County for misdemeanor cannabis probation. 6 months later, I pleaded on the First Offenders Act and was sentenced to 12 months probation. I ended up violating my probation, and the 12 months sentence was extended. The result was me serving close to 6 years on probation, with close to 180 days in the Gwinnett County Jail. I violated my probation by not paying fines and not reporting. At the time, I lived 2.5 hours away from my probation office and was employed. And the probation company was later found of embezzling while I was a probationer, and some of the practices were ruled unconstitutional by the Georgia Supreme Court. Some of those practices that extended my probation past the 12 months. Additionally, the misdemeanor charge is now on my record as a felony, even though it was a misdemeanor arrest. So I kind of got screwed on that one, 3 different ways. Excuse my language. Probation stacks the cards against you by taking your income, your freedom, and any mistake you make will result in you being back in jail. Georgia has the highest probation rate, with 1 in 20 people on the state in probation and jail. It's 5 times the national average. A criminal record precludes you from housing, schooling, and employment. As a matter of fact, my felony arrests were used for a reason for me not being able to get into law school, prevented me from obtaining licenses, and has caused me to spend tens of thousands of dollars on legal fees. Money that could have been spent on bills, building credit, and saving for a house, among many other things. Athens-Clarke County should write the ordinance reducing the penalties for cannabis. This action would put pressure on the state to address the legislator. To address this issue in the legislature, it allows for municipalities to assert sovereignty and the right for home rule. And it would also send a message for folks trying to redistrict. Adopting the ordinance would do a lot of good things, especially the $1 fine would put money in people's pockets. We should expand on Georgia's decriminalization measures by adopting the Doraville definition of marijuana possession immunities to include paraphernalia, THC concentrates, vape pens, edibles, and other simple possession cannabis. We should disallow search and seizure and probable cause based on the perceived smell or sight of marijuana. This probable cause is used in the majority of drug arrests. I smell weed. That's where most of these drug arrests are coming from. If you guys are really wanting to get those down, it's a good caveat. If the ultimate goal of the commissioners is to reduce arrests, this one action could prevent most cannabis arrests.
Thank you, Jeremy. Appreciate it. 3 minutes are up.
Yes, sir. A straw poll will quickly reveal that the majority of Athens residents favor this ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Anyone else on old or new business? Going once, going twice. Evening.
Hi, the same Joan Roden. I would like to address number 1, the public safety vehicles, subproject number 2, proposed project concept and purchase of Ford Interceptor hybrids. Before I do, I would, number 1, like to thank the gentleman who spoke about their family members giving service to our nation, and I appreciate that. Also, I want to ditto Asia on her expose, which no one could have done better. I would like to ask about the survey that the Clarke County government did with the law enforcement officers regarding whether or not they wanted hybrid cars. Was there a number of responses to that survey of the law enforcement officers? Do we have a number?
Maybe we don't interact at the podium, but you can ask the question.
Thank you, I'm sorry. If there was a survey, I would like to know how many people responded, and I'd also like to know what the percentage was. If not, I want to know what subsidy has been given as an incentive to use the hybrid cars. I noticed that there are no law enforcement officers here to support this particular agenda item. Number 1, hybrids have poor handling because of more machinery than conventional cars, which adds extra weight and reduces fuel efficiency. So hybrid car manufacturers have had to make smaller engines and batteries to cut down on weight, but this results in reduced power for the vehicle and support in the body and suspension. Added weight and complexity are the main disadvantage of the hybrid car. So I would like to know what the results were for the survey of whether or not the law enforcement officers were given an opportunity to weigh in on what kind of car they drive when they are putting their lives in danger to try to protect Athens-Clarke County.
Thank you. Anyone else who'd like to speak to old or new business?
Hello, my name is Hunter Hewlett. I've been a resident of Athens-Clarke County for 4 years, ever since I started attending UGA. I've been living here as a private citizen for the last year. I would like to speak in support of Propositions 20 and 22 for marijuana and abortion. I just want to say at first that if Athens-Clarke County does not decide to put either of these two into action, then they would very explicitly be acting undemocratically, because the vast majority of Americans support the legalization or at the very least decriminalization of marijuana and all cannabis products, as well as the right to abortion, the free and accessible right of abortion. These are issues that the vast majority of Americans are in concurrence about being fully legal and protected. And this isn't even addressing how the history of marijuana criminalization is steeped in its very beginning from racism against Latino people and black people, and then later got expanded to people who were against the status quo in the United States as well as the general working class. One of the main reasons our prisons are overloaded, and one of the reasons why the prison industrial complex continues to chug along to this day is because of being inflated by arrests made through possession or use of marijuana, which doesn't lead to these supposed criminals being reformed on getting out of prison if they ever get out of prison. So the idea that marijuana like someone's personal use or societal use of marijuana contributes to crime rising in this country is absolutely absurd, because it's really the process of imprisoning people that grinds them down is what turns people into criminals, having them stuck in these institutions where they have no privacy and no freedoms for possession of a plant that has overwhelmingly positive societal and personal benefits. And it's been that way for tens of thousands of years, ever since it's been first used. And that's not even also mentioning how a country on the other side of the Atlantic called Portugal has decriminalized all drugs for a couple decades, and they have the lowest addiction rates in all of Europe and the world, as well as the lowest amount of drug-related deaths in all of Europe. Legalizing marijuana with the stipulations said by many people today, like Ms. Stacer, for instance, and other colleagues, would be an overall benefit to society, and continuing to keep it illegal and to hold people in prison for it is not just undemocratic, but it's unethical. Thank you.
Thank you, Hunter.
Hello.
Good evening.
Good evening. My name is Lisa. And I don't think they should legislate marijuana simply because I did marijuana. And when I first did marijuana, I used to smoke marijuana every day. And when then I started smoking cocaine. I was snorting cocaine, then I started smoking crack. So when I started doing all of that, I didn't even care if they ain't grow no more cocaine. They ain't grow no more marijuana. So I'm just simply saying, like Asia said, when you start doing those drugs, stuff like that, then you start doing other drugs. And like she said, we do have a problem in Athens with the fentanyl. You can lace that stuff, because I used to take marijuana and I used to take cocaine and smoke it with the marijuana. And that stuff stinks. That stuff stinks real bad. I got a neighbor. When I come into my house, all I smell is something smelling like skunk. It stinks. That stuff getting in my clothes. When I put my clothes on, go outside, somebody think I'm smoking. But I don't think it should be legislated, because, as she said, we got children. We got kids that's coming up. And so if you got the mom and daddy smoking marijuana in front of them, so they gonna think it's okay. And then so what they gonna do, they gonna introduce it to their friends that probably don't want it, but they gonna probably, because they thinking it's okay for them to do it, then they gonna want to push it off on somebody else. It was a plant 20 years ago. And I know a lot of people that got life sentences for that plant. And I understand it's a big money-making business, but it does not need to be legislated.
Thank you, Lisa. Any other input on old and new business before we move on to planning and zoning items? All right, seeing none, and again, somewhat out of order, but in the interest of kind of moving to public comment so everybody can enjoy the meeting digitally if they would not like to remain in the chamber, we're going to move on to public input on planning and zoning items. And so those are items, and I will get this correct, 25 through 30. Rules of input are the same. Just let us know which item you're speaking to, and you'll have the same 3-minute opportunity. Good evening.
Hello, I'm Stephanie Lynn from 226 Hill Street. I'm here to talk to you about the request for a special use permit at 347 Hancock. What is being billed as a temporary arrangement isn't what it appears. I have a set of facts that you won't find in any of the package of materials that you got tonight. If you are considering approving this permit because of its supposed temporary nature, please ask me for this information. And even if it is temporary, the answer should still be a hard no. The question you're being asked to answer is, will granting the special use permit have an adverse impact on the surrounding area? There are many adverse impacts of this special use that come to mind, but there are a couple that are specifically outlined in the regulations. noise, expansion of proposed use in conjunction with similar uses, traffic and parking, and environmental pollutants or trash. Others will speak on some of these, but I'm going to focus on noise and expansion of use. Traffic, parking, and pollution are really easy problems to see. If you can see it, you can fix it. It might not be quick or easy, but at least you have a measurable way to assess your efforts. Noise is a different beast, and I'm going to share some data with you that I got from open records requests from the last academic year that will show you how inadequate our enforcement mechanisms are and how costly this problem is on our police force. The police responded to about 1,900 ordinance complaints in the last academic year. This is not the number of complaints and calls, it's the number they actually responded to. They have to respond to, on average, 5 calls a night every single day of the year. 44% of those visits were to addresses with multiple reports. 2% got a written warning, and 1% got a $50 citation. 13 of those addresses were visited 10 or more times, and only one of them even got a citation, and that was Kappa Alpha on Hancock. The biggest offenders of the noise ordinance are student apartments and fraternity houses, basically anywhere students are piled together in a single location. On a quick analysis of the data, I found that 8 fraternity houses are responsible for 65 visits in 1 year, with 4 to 13 visits per house. This isn't the right place or time to debate the effectiveness of the noise ordinance, but you do have the right to deny the permit if you have a reason to believe the use of property will result in additional noise. And if your own ears don't support that theory, the data definitely does. The last consideration I want you to think about is the impact on the character of the neighborhood by establishment or expansion of the proposed use in conjunction with similar uses. In fact, one of the reasons the planning staff used to recommend approval of this permit is that SAE is adjacent to 347 Hancock. They are clearly advocating for the expansion of the proposed use because of similar uses adjacent. Fraternity creep is real. Fraternities want to be near other fraternities. We have KA on one end of Hancock and SAE at the other end. We don't want Hancock Corridor to become another Millage Avenue. You need to do the right thing and vote no.
Thank you, Stephanie. Other input on planning or zoning items?
Hi, I'm Liz DeMarco, 327 Hill Street, Athens. I'm speaking on number 30 and a little bit of number 29. My family has lived near downtown for 20 plus years, so I can say from my personal experience that a fraternity at 347 West Hancock will adversely impact the surrounding areas. I know because I live 2 blocks from the KA house at Church in Hancock and witnessed what it has done to our neighborhoods. To follow up, Stephanie, I will be addressing trash and parking issues surrounding fraternity houses. But first, I want us to address where this property sits and how close it is to residential areas. The surrounding area includes West Downtown Historic District, Hancock Corridor, Bottle Works condos, Reese Street Historic District, and Lower Cobham. And I printed out our zoning map to illustrate my point. So the proposed fraternity, here's Pulaski, here's Newton, and so the proposed fraternity is between those streets. The RM1 is in tan, and the RM2 is in brown. So you see you have this arrow of potential non-student residential pushing into downtown, commercial downtown. And the number 29 will be right here, the future supposedly non-student development, but I want to show you the fraternity here. All that noise will go directly there. So if they are truly going to make that non-student, including this potential apartment, the former white columns, then we need not to put a fraternity right in that residential area. As a community, we have catered to oversized student housing complex. This is an area I want to emphasize that should be preserved for non-students of apartment living. It is not just about the fraternity house and individual apartments, but surrounding neighborhood houses. These houses could be affordable housing for permanent Athens residents. The pressure is so strong for real estate companies that specialize in student rentals. So I am talking about trash, traffic, parking issues at the main fraternity house and then spreading out into the surrounding, in all directions into the surrounding neighborhoods. So for specifics, trash. Parties happen often, not just football games. The cleanup can take days, and we have to look at that. The wind and cars going by carry it down the street for blocks. This fraternity has stated they will utilize roll carts for their trash. This is not a good thing. If you drive up Hancock, I will guarantee the sidewalks will be lined with roll carts 7 days a week. Also, the often overspilling trash and recycling carts, they violate the rules so they don't get picked up, and they sit there. Okay, and parking. There's no on-site parking for this fraternity. They are leasing some spaces down the street at Clayton Street.
Thank you, Liz.
Shoot. Okay, can I just say, there's no upside for approving this special use for the Athens community. It only benefits a limited number of people, and I want you to support downtown and its neighborhoods for non-student permanent Athens.
Thank you. Good evening.
Good evening. I'm June Ball. I live at 445 North Pope Street, which is as low in Lower Cobham as you can get. I'm right down across from the old jail. I'm also protesting the possibility of a fraternity coming into 347 West Hancock. It has a tremendous impact on us, the possibility of that. Even though the special permit expires in 12 months after approval, I'm not confident that we will see the last of the effects of the presence of that presence at that time. In the meantime, our downtown neighborhood will suffer additional noise, trash, lack of parking, and general degradation. Although fraternity members, not residents, will be discouraged from using neighborhood street parking, it's easier to park on the street rather than going to the parking garage. Not to mention the fact that some students routinely park on the sidewalk in the block on the east side of North Pope Street on Hancock, forcing pedestrians to walk in the street, which is extremely dangerous. I've done it myself. The historic in-town neighborhoods in Athens are very precious, and they're under threat. The Reese Hancock neighborhood was destroyed by the intrusion of the Kappa Alpha fraternity, and the old homes have become student housing. The enormous student apartment structures on Broad Street will bring more traffic and problems. Please don't inflict another fraternity on us, even if it is a so-called temporary situation. We're already being overrun by students. Thank you.
Thank you, June. Is there any other input on planning and zoning items? Those are 25 through 30.
Good evening. I'm Justin Crichton. I'm a senior planner with W&A Engineering, and I'm here tonight to speak on item number, I'm sorry, I lost it, the Village Park PD request. So this request is to amend the existing master plan for the addition of a total of two developable lots for both for single-family residences. The existing master plan has an amenity lot designation for the property that's located at 179 and 185 Timothy Park. What this request would do would be to retain the community green space and expand it at 185 Timothy Park, and then convert 179 Timothy Park back to a residential building lot. This request also seeks to reestablish two separate building lots, both at 100 and 106 Timothy Park Lane. The net increase would be a total of three additional residential units. We hope that you can support this item when it comes before you on August 2nd, and I'll be happy to answer any questions at the appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you, Justin. All right, is there anyone else in the building who would like to speak to any planning or zoning item? All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and take a short respite before we take up discussion. And so got 8 o'clock on the nose. Let's be back and ready to work at 8:10. Thanks, everyone. All right, welcome back to our agenda setting session here on Tuesday, July 19th, 2022. We're going to take up old and new business first, including a handful of items that have been removed from the consent agenda, and then we will discuss those planning and zoning items with Brad Griffin, Planning Director. All right, so the first item that was removed from the consent agenda was item number 1, which is the public safety vehicles and purchase of the Ford Interceptor hybrids. Commissioner Houle asked for this removal. Commissioner Houle, you there?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I would like to keep this off of consent. I remain uncomfortable consenting to an approach to our public safety fleet that continues to replace smaller cars with large SUVs. I think converting our entire fleet to large vehicles is literally at odds with community safety, and there's ample data showing that larger vehicles are more deadly and more dangerous to other vehicles, to cyclists, and to pedestrians. So I wish we would pursue an alternative way forward for the police department's vehicles that didn't slowly replace hundreds of reasonably sized cars with hundreds of very large SUVs. But if others are interested in revisiting that discussion, I'm happy to. Otherwise, I'm not going to belabor the arguments we've already run through last year. I just remain concerned about this issue. Thanks.
Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input on item 1? Commissioner Link?
I mean, I do share Commissioner Houle's concerns. I do want to see our police officers get new vehicles and ones that can do the job. I feel like it's probably on the market to provide the appropriate vehicles, and that market is changing rapidly. But I feel like it is a discussion worth having, and, maybe if it's not possible to get them in this round of purchases, we can move forward with an eye towards alternative vehicles as we replace future rounds.
Thanks, Commissioner Link. Any notes, Manager Williams?
Yeah, just a quick comment for context for everybody. So right now, the pursuit rated is something that, the heavier drivetrains and, you'd be amazed at how difficult a road mileage is put on these cars. There are no other pursuit rated hybrids. Electric vehicles appear to have some promise but are not yet pursuit rated. The only other pursuit rated vehicle that I'm aware of is a Dodge Charger, which is gas powered. So you could do that, but it has a higher lifetime cost to that vehicle than the ones that we're going with. So they're just choices. And we're hopeful that perhaps the electric vehicles will prove pursuit rated before too long and might be a good alternative for us. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Manager Williams. Any further input?
Yeah, I just wanted to quickly address the comment from the floor and just to reiterate that these are hybrid vehicles that help us with our pursuit of our clean energy plan, which we're about to address. But these vehicles, as Manager Williams pointed out, are these pursuit rated, and which really has much to do with the sturdiness of the drivetrain suspension, electrical systems, engine tuning, and so forth. And these all qualify as pursuit rated, or these SUVs certified by independent public safety programs in Michigan and California. So I just want to make sure the public is aware of that, that we're looking at our energy efficiency here, but we're also looking at whether or not they fit into this category. And whether or not that's the right category with the SUV is another discussion, but I just wanted to address that issue that was brought up.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right. Next item that was removed from the consent agenda is the Downtown Development Authority Events Program. Item 5, Commissioner Parker.
I may ask this every year, but I was wondering if in the final agenda item we could have the amount requested included in the table alongside the recommended amount, and that's really it.
Thanks, Commissioner. And we definitely have that information, so
Great.
we can get that. Further input on this? With that, do you want this back on consent, or?
Sure.
Okay.
I had a comment, Mr. Mayor.
Go right ahead, Commissioner.
I had concerns about the funding award for Pride. It's less than we spent this year, if I'm reading it correctly. And for anyone who attended this year's event, I think it was clear that event organizers knocked it out of the park. So now that Athens Pride and Queer Collective are unified, I think they will continue to do great things like we saw this year. And turnout was massive, and I think exceeded everyone's expectations. And I think it would be worth us looking at the contribution that we give to that event and perhaps increasing it in accordance with what I'm expecting. I think we can all expect will continue to be a larger event in the future than it has been in the past.
Thanks for that note. You want to leave this off consent, Commissioner?
I would like to for that reason.
Okay. Commissioner Denson?
Just a quick clarification, just so I make it, because it is set up a little bit weird. Is attachment 3 the requests? I think that Commissioner Parker's asking for?
Yeah.
But attachment 3, okay, it is.
I scrolled all the way down.
Okay,
and
okay,
it's
okay.
that one earlier.
I saw,
Yeah,
it
so
is weird. There's attachment 1 and then, but okay.
So I'm
Yeah.
glad that's included.
All right,
Thank you.
just making sure. Yeah.
Perfect. No, thanks for noting that. All right, we're going to move on to item 6, which is the Lake Mueller HOA voluntary sidewalk memorandum, and this is in Commissioner Hoole's district, and they asked for this to be removed from consent. Go ahead, Commissioner.
Sorry, I'm speaking a lot from this box with the nature of COVID, I guess. I'm excited to see this on our agenda. I know residents of this community have been working toward this goal for a long time, and I'm very grateful to staff for the expertise that they've lent to this to get this built. I plan to support it, and I'm happy with it staying on consent. I just wanted to share that I am interested in exploring a TAD contribution to help cover the expense of this, or perhaps to extend and connect sidewalk along Cleveland Road and still within the TAD boundary so that the Lake Mueller neighborhood can actually connect to the adjacent commercial areas with some pedestrian infrastructure, including that mall track that we're hoping to see transformed into a more walkable space. So I just wanted to kind of put that out there for folks to have in mind. I know we have a meeting about the TAD later this week, and with that in mind, I'm happy to put this item back on consent.
Great. Thanks, Commissioner. Any further input on that? Everybody fine with that back on consent? All right. And 7, Commissioner Parker, is the intergovernmental agreement between the Athens-Clarke County Industrial Development Authority and the UNIGOV regarding the Boehringer-Ingelheim expansion, and just a very broad scale note about that Boehringer-Ingelheim expansion. There have been a few sets of job additions over the last couple of years, and this most recent one is about 55 new jobs newly created in Georgia, and about another 50 jobs who are migrating from other communities into Athens-Clarke County. So,
I wanted to ask about, I think it's facts and issues number 3, as a part of this project. They're agreeing to create the 55 new jobs with an average annual wage of about $122,000 before benefits. I just wanted a reminder if the average is calculated as the mean wage and not the median.
I'll have to look that up, yeah.
And is any consideration given to a wage floor? I know that previously with Wayfair, when speaking with the mayor, there they did have a minimum wage floor there of, I think, $15 or something like that an hour. Though the median or mean salary is pretty impressive, every institution needs janitors, secretaries, et cetera, and so ensuring that if they're able to, pay salaries like this, they could also pay well for folks that are also helping the facility operate in some of the basic duties of operating any facility. Not to say I take issue with this in particular, I just want to raise that issue so that we can continue to think about that in future and then get some of those specifics around whether this is the mean or the median, as well as if there is any kind of wage floor data that we can look at for this facility. Thank you.
thanks for that, Commissioner. And I think through Manager Williams, we can probably get some of that from economic development. What I'll say, from having been involved in the discussion of the engagement with the Development Authority, is that the wages were so far beyond, like those Wayfair wages, that it didn't even come up in prospect, given that we were at a sort of much higher entry level. But I think it is a good point about those ancillary jobs and support kinds of positions.
Mm-hmm.
Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I have some questions, and I can send them to the manager's office. So if you can't, address them right now, and it's mostly because I realized that this was something that I wasn't, I really don't understand how the Industrial Development Authority functions and where it's getting its revenue, and then also this whole resolution that's between the Clarke County Industrial Development Authority for the $53 million in bonds. And so I just, for my own self-education as a commissioner, I just need to understand that a little bit more. Maybe you could say something now that's brief and quick, But if not, you can follow up in an email, or I'll follow up as well.
Okay. Well, just briefly, I guess the most important thing to know that the use of development authorities in communities to facilitate economic development is very normal.
Yeah.
Because of the constitutional limitations on gratuities that we're all very familiar with, authorities, which include the Classic Center, the Downtown Development Authority, they have more powers, they have more flexibility, I should say, when it comes to dealing with specific entities. So the Development Authority, in some cases, when you hear about tax abatements and tax incentives and things of that nature, the Development Authority can float bonds and actually own the property, and it transitions to the private company over time. So that's one way of passing on, some tax considerations, which is really besides, having land that you can provide as an incentive, tax abatements is probably the number 2 or number 1 economic development tool that most, if not all, Georgia communities use. So this is all, there's nothing unusual about this. And to the mayor's point, we're grateful that Boehringer Ingelheim decided to further expand their plant here. It wasn't a done deal. You say, well, they're already here, but they have other cities they have a presence in, and we were in competition with another one. So, there's a lot to be said for these jobs, and I appreciate the information that we need to find out for y'all.
And I will note, Commissioner Myers, I know a recurrent work session at the time I was on the commission, I think we did twice over kind of my time on the commission, is sort of a primer for the body in how the development authorities work, because we have 2 of them. We have what the state calls a constitutional authority and one that they call a statutory authority. And so, Manager Williams, that might be something that we can get together on and schedule for this autumn, just to go over the range of property management and bond for title deals that those entities conduct. I think that'd be helpful for the whole group.
Thank you.
Did you want to see this remain on off consent, or?
It wasn't. We took it off consent. I'm fine with it being on consent, but it was actually Commissioner Parker who took it off consent first.
I'm fine with it going back on consent.
All right, and I've got a note from Commissioner Houle as well, so I want to turn it over to you, Commissioner.
Yeah, I think if it's remaining on consent, I feel good about that. I'm happy to support this. I serve on the IDA alongside the mayor and a few others, including our chair, Rashida Malcolm. And happy to talk about this more if anyone does have questions. We had a series of meetings in advance of this coming before the full body here. On the question of wages, because I've brought that up a lot in our IDA meetings, I will say kind of a 2-part response is, one, pretty much all the jobs that are being calculated in this agreement are way above a living wage. Now that there's no explicit living wage policy that I'm aware of that the company has for what could sometimes be lower paid hourly custodial work or something like that. But all the jobs that are calculated in this are, pretty high, 5, if not 6-figure positions. The other thing that we talked about a good bit with regards to labor was, are these positions actually going to be on site as opposed to remote work? As there's a trend toward remote work, it's, for me, raised some red flags around when we're talking about generating jobs out of a facility. Are those jobs that are actually happening at the facility, and therefore that economic calculus still applies today the way it would have 10 years ago? And my general understanding of that to date is yes, although there's kind of some continued exploration of the IDA about how to maybe capture that in future agreements.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. All right, we're going to move on to new business. Item 11 is accepting the Clean and Renewable Energy Plan, which I will confess I have not read the entirety of, but others may have, be interested in any input the body has. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, you won't be surprised that I did read this pretty well. I'd say 80% of it pretty well. And I do want to thank everyone who's been involved with this, and I'll wait for the voting session to list them all. But, this is a long process, and it was done during this hard pandemic time. So the community engagement efforts, that they really put a lot of effort into trying to do them. They were particularly hard to do I think that this document is a lever for us to do the things that we already know we need to do. And I think it serves as a very good primer for new and present community leaders and citizens about why we're committed to transitioning to 100% clean and renewable energy, about how we're going to do it, and about the importance of addressing equity issues and the needs of communities historically neglected in terms of resources and opportunities. There's a really neat indicator in there when you go and look at the pathways. That's a equity indicator for each of the pathways laid out, and I really appreciated that. I do have a couple of questions, and again, I can submit them to the manager's office. There weren't any specifics available in the same way in terms of an indicator on the, which you're going to get the most bang for your buck in terms of energy and the transition. And that might be something we want to address as we're going through this and with what's ever going to be the next steps with the 100% energy person and the sustainability. I also was curious if we could get an update on what's the name of the Community Energy Fund that was established and that's mentioned in the report. How much is in it? How much is coming in through that? I remember that was, again, before I was on the commission. And just really curious how the Sustainability Office and the 100% Clean Energy Director, what the next steps are going to be. Those are some things I'll follow up. But I'm really, really pleased that this is here. I think it shows an incredible commitment. There's bunches of cities doing this that are going to make a difference, and it's, little by little, hopefully we will make a difference with this climate. This is a major issue that this generation and my little grandchildren are going to have to deal with. So I'm thankful that we're doing our part.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other input? Do you want to put this on consent?
I'd like to leave it off consent, because I would like to speak to it and thank the people who are involved.
Okay.
I'd like to have time to read it.
Good point, good point. All right, moving on to 12. This is TSPLOST 2018 project, the Prince Avenue corridor improvements in this sub-project. One is a pilot project on Pulaski Street, and I know there is a commission-defined option that will be expanding the scope of this that staff has already provided some input and support on. So be glad for anyone to speak to this.
I'll speak to it. I feel like it's a project that's long overdue, and I look forward to working on a CDO to assure that it's done right.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson.
Same. Glad this is moving forward. I guess I just have a question, and yeah, I'm supportive of the CDO, and we'll be happily working on that with others. And appreciate Manager Williams getting the analysis and the drawings for this on. And I know that we were trying to expedite staff getting comments back on that. Do you have an update on when we could possibly expect that?
Yes, we received a couple comments from Transit on things like bus radius turning at certain corners. So our SPLOST staff that are helping to marshal that are assimilating those comments, and we intend to share them with you. We're also awaiting an updated cost estimate to pilot the program. I think the segment is 3 times as long as what, together. I'm hopeful the cost won't be 3 times as much, but we intend to get that to you in the next few days, hopefully.
Thank you.
All right. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I'd like to follow up also to see if we can get some information that addresses some of the issues that one of our commenter made, and if there's any input from the fire department and emergency services on that, so that we can be aware of that. I am very interested in working with the CDO here to extend this a little bit more and to speed up the time a little bit. So I think that we'll be able to find whether or not this is an option in a lot sooner than 3 months. So I would like to see us sort of cutting that down to at least 60 days. And I'm willing to work with other commissioners and anyone else who'd like to work with it on us. I think, please reach out.
Thanks, Commissioner, and I'm appreciative of the prospect of a 60-day but geographically lengthened version of this pilot. So, as an occupant of an adjacent street. So, thanks, everyone. All right, moving on. 13 is a SPLOST 2020 project, the mental health recovery facility, and so this will be an intergovernmental contract with Advantage Behavioral Health Systems, of course, the state's designated community service board provider for the region. So, any input on this?
Mayor, I would like to read that contract a little bit more. There's a lot of conversations in the community now around mental health and Advantage, and I know a little bit, but I would like to take these next 30 days to read that, if that's okay.
Absolutely. Commissioner Parker.
Maybe I missed this in the agenda item itself. My apologies if this is repetitive, but I was wondering if the anticipated budget shortfall had been discussed with regards to behavioral health funding that we did put aside in ARPA. I guess I could, I don't know if that was confusing, I could rephrase it if that's clearer.
No, and just for the public, in addition to this SPLOST program, we already had made a commitment of funds from our recently received federal ARPA dollars for behavioral health, and given cost escalation, there may be some benefit in thinking about both those pots. So Manager Williams, I know you've had some conversations about that.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, the original ask for their project was around $11 million for the resident congregate facility. And of course, because there were so many competing priorities on SPLOST, not everything got fully funded for the most part. And so their budget came in, I think, about $5.5 million. So Advantage always knew it was going to seek extra funds, but with the recent cost escalation, I believe that they intend to approach the commission perhaps on some further assistance from the ARPA Mental Health Fund. They are our premier mental health provider in town, and we would probably look to them. As it turns out, I spoke, Assistant Manager Jones and I toured the facility a week or so ago, and I told the director that it would be very helpful if they had some sort of strategic plan that enumerated some of the priorities that would give the decision makers some additional context on what would be worthwhile to spend the funds on. As a matter of fact, they are updating, the board is just finishing updating their strategic plan, so they'll have that to share with us. But I do fully expect them to approach you for funding for, not just this particular facility, which is a subject at hand, but also some other residential development that they're looking at to help house persons with similar issues.
Great, thank you.
Thanks, Manager Williams. Thanks, Commissioner. And Commissioner Houle sits on the Advantage board. So, Commissioner, I wanted to turn it to you for any input.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I serve on this board, and I'm happy to discuss this more with colleagues who would like. The short version is this project is severely underfunded. I think the manager covered it quite well, but we do need to discuss ARPA money, among other things, as ways to maybe help make up that shortfall if we want to really see this recovery facility succeed. And I think the goals of this project align so heavily with so many of the things we've mapped out in our strategic plan with regard to housing and healthcare that we would really be remiss to not do everything we could to help this be as fully funded as possible. To that end, I'd love for us to have some kind of a work session designated to discussions with Advantage, not only about this project, but a lot of the other work they're doing with housing and homelessness. The street outreach team at Advantage has grown quite a bit just recently, and there's a lot of success happening and a lot of promising work being done with regard to housing programs and getting people into housing who are currently unhoused and helping people succeed in whatever state they're currently in, struggling with substance use or mental health or other behavioral health issues. So insofar as this can function as a formal request, I would love for staff and the mayor to arrange with Advantage leadership some kind of discussion so we as a full body can really hear from them more about how this project aligns with our goals and also how some of the other work they're doing aligns with our goals so we can leverage that ARPA money or other funds as best as possible.
Thanks for that, Commissioner. And given that we're going to have a conversation in a month at our first strategic planning session of this fiscal year about our entire range of ARPA expenditures, we may be able to integrate some piece of that there. So I'll have a conversation with the manager and folks over at Advantage. Any other input on this item? All right, we're going to move on to the Classic Center Arena.
We did pull that for me to review, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah. It's going to remain on new business. We've had earlier discussions about the anticipation of a second bond issuance for the Classic Center, as had been teed up all along, and obviously subject of a recent work session. Any input on this item?
Consent.
I would like to keep this off consent. I remain disappointed in our discussion at last meeting where we had, in passing this in 2019, added provisions to the project statement to sweeten the deal because there was a great deal of community feedback that was negative about this project. And as this project balloons in cost, we're getting further and further from securing those things that we tried to appease the public with. And so I am kind of putting my foot down on the Classic Center Arena until we get a strong commitment from them that they will actually meet some of those needs.
Okay, stays off consent.
Yes.
All right, next item is the Bishop Park improvements that, of course, were also part of a recent work session, particularly regarding the pool and associated space. So, yeah, Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. And again, as I talked about at the work session, I would like to. I plan on working on a commission-defined option to include funding for the expanded lanes and including the diving boards and splash pad element. Again, it's because this current pool has served this community for 45 years as the main pool and the only competitive pool that we have in Athens-Clarke County. And with the expectation that this pool could serve this community for another 45 years, I think it's worthwhile for us to find the additional $1.16 million to do so. So I appreciate staff getting that memo together and sending that out. And I guess I'll request this to staff, and I'll follow this up with an email about trying to identify potential other funding sources, including potentially SPLOST 2020, project number 20, SPLOST 2011, project number 16, and then also the pool repair and parks replacement funds that were in the FY23 budget. All of those things together, the available funding that I see here, comes to over $7.4 million. Obviously, we need to use that money for a lot of other things too, but I definitely will plan on trying to use those, and I happily welcome any other potential funding sources that staff might be able to identify.
Thanks, Commissioner. I know you have probably already, but definitely engage with the manager and through him, the Leisure Services Director, to look at those options. So, Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'm eager to work with Commissioner Denson on that. I have some ideas as well.
All right. Next three items, 16, 17, 18, are by title only, and so we'll be seeing some grant opportunities come through the district attorney's office. 19, very exciting, is a Vision Zero approach, and so it's a resolution that broadly suggests that the only number of traffic fatalities that we should have in the community is zero. And very appreciative of staff and all the advocacy groups, including Athens in Motion and others who've been striving for this. I'm really excited to see this, and obviously glad to have it in conjunction with the new position in Transportation Public Works that'll be able to facilitate this work. So any input on this item? Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'm excited about this, and I just want to point out that, you know, if we are to take this resolution seriously, we're going to have to make hard decisions like traffic calming, 3-laning, bike laning, you know, the kind of things that people are going to come out of the woodwork and claim that it's going to back up traffic or, you know, reduce the ability for emergency vehicles to get there. But the reality is those kind of projects reduce fatalities and they make our community safer. And if we're going to commit to this resolution, we need to commit to the projects to see it through.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I wanted to support this and to clarify, this is coming from our staff. That's correct, right? It's submitted by the staff.
Yes,
Yes,
that's right.
yeah.
Sorry.
But, and I think it's really important, I know that for a bunch of the grants and such that we're applying for, it's really important to have this in place to show that commitment, because this is such a national movement, and some of the Department of Transportation grants are looking for this kind of thing in here. I will say, just as much for explanation for the public, this was something I had a hard time getting my head around when I was learning about transportation, alternative transportation, roads, safe streets, because my thing was, well, don't we, I mean, why do we need this? You know, why do we need this? Aren't we already making our streets safe? And what I learned was, yeah, but that's not the priority. A lot of times in terms of transportation planning, it's much more of an engineering feat and getting people from one place to another. So I think having this shift in perspective really gets us to look at some of the things that Commissioner Link talked about, and will be supportive of a lot of the things that our Department of Transportation is already working on. So I'm glad to approve this resolution from our staff.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner, Manager Williams.
Thank you, Commissioner Myers. I'm sorry for the delay in the answer. And you are absolutely correct. There's really three things the resolution helps to advance. And one is that we do need an approved resolution on hand to perhaps access some grant and technical advice. Secondly, it does draw a goal, a specific goal that we want to reduce deaths in the future. And then thirdly, it kicks off a Vision Zero planning process, which looks to the mayor to help appoint folks to that, and then we would be bringing that back to you for your future approval. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, and yeah, I appreciate Commissioner Link saying that, because I think it's very true that I don't want this just to be a resolution that just sounds good, but we actually are going to have to, our decisions need to carry this. And also just want to point out, and you know, I know this focus and it's being carried by Transportation Public Works, but like looking through Vision Zero stuff, high priorities for us to be able to get this is also embracing and prioritizing public transit, and also when it comes to planning and zoning, including many cities now moving, for this reason, moving towards getting rid of parking minimums and taking other things to address parking, because really the only way you can actually pull this off to get to a 0% is if we are drastically decreasing the amount of dependency we have on car and automobile travel. So just would, I'd actually would like to see that included in this a little bit, but I'm happy to see this move forward now.
Thanks, Commissioner. Everybody like to see this on consent?
Yes.
Yeah.
All right, Gene, gonna move 19 to consent. All right, moving on to item 20. This is the Legislative Review Committee report regarding possession of marijuana within local ordinance. Commissioner Edwards, who is chair of LRC, is not with us tonight, but I know I've got some input from, among others, Commissioner Houle, so I'll turn to them. Commissioner Houle?
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I'm very grateful to staff, especially Attorney Pappas, among others in the Attorney's Office, for their work on this. That includes their diligence in updating the definition of marijuana to ensure we're discluding hemp as defined by the state of Georgia. In general, I think that this ordinance has us in a really good position, and it's, not very new at this point. There are around 20 other communities in Georgia who have done something similar. Ours does a few things a bit differently in ways that I'm real proud of. However, since the state has legalized the cannabis plant as hemp, but continues to criminalize the same cannabis plant and anyone who interacts with it when it's in its quote-unquote marijuana form, here we are looking to do something more than what the state has done. And I'm glad that we are here, and I'm hoping that we can make some minor but meaningful additions. So to that end, I shared a draft of the CDO with y'all last night, along with a letter from John Donnelly, our Circuit Public Defender. I hope that y'all will review and consider each of those. Essentially, the CDO does two things, both of which track with discussions we've had in LRC and advocacy we've received from the community. There's 3 additional whereas clauses proposed. They're similar to the language in Clarkson's ordinance that provide further context and history to the issue. And importantly, there's an additional section proposed, which is section 2 of the CDO draft regarding probable cause. I believe that the letter from Mr. Donnelly, as well as remarks we've heard from folks tonight and in LRC, cover well the rationale for these additions. So I'll refrain from further comments on those at this time, though I'm happy to respond to any questions anyone has about the CDO, or if people want to hear from me specifically about our discussions in LRC, I'm happy to speak to that as well.
Thank you, Commissioner. Other input? Commissioner Thornton?
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to ask that this be pulled off the consent and separately. I appreciate the speakers that spoke tonight, especially speakers that had been following the LRC meetings. They didn't just come because of a whim, or I could tell who has been following this ordinance. And because they followed this this ordinance and the work we did in LRC, my concerns are still the same. We are not prosecuting people with small amounts of marijuana. I think that this could have been some time that could have been devoted to some other things that are major. We are facing a fentanyl drug epidemic here. I am 100, and they have the old saying, you say something 3 times and somebody will hear you on the 3rd. I am 100% supportive of decriminalizing marijuana. 100%. I'm not going to say it 3 times. But I think we are in that mode right now. I'm very pleased to know that we are not putting people through courts and fines. And I guess my other thought is, even though I am at this age that I am, it doesn't mean I wasn't that idealistic somewhere in my past. I'm not going to be as bold as Lisa to tell you my experiences when she spoke, but I do know that we really have a great opportunity to deal with how we consume any kind of drug. So if this passes, which I'm sure it will, I hope we will start looking at fentanyl and the things that are killing people and even a danger to our law enforcement. I think the $1 fine is a bit ridiculous. If we're going to fine them. It don't have to be $1 million, but $1 is almost a slap in the face. And I appreciate Attorney Donnelly, he's not an attorney, input, but I also appreciate C.R. Chisholm's input, and I also appreciate our attorney's input, and that's what has made me come to this decision. I'm willing to talk to Commissioner Hull before next month, but right now, I would like to have it pulled off.
Right, yeah, and it remains on discussion.
Okay.
Commissioner Link, Parker, Denson.
Yeah, as someone who just spent 3 weeks in a state where marijuana, cannabis products are completely legal, I can tell you that the world doesn't fall apart when these products become legal. And in fact, the research shows that in those states where it has become legalized, overdoses of more dangerous drugs go down. When people have access to this fairly benign substance, they don't turn to the more dangerous ones. There's also been evidence of crime going down or at least remaining stable. There's no like huge uptick of crime in the streets when all of a sudden people can legally obtain this plant. Like literally, it's a plant. So I will be supporting the ordinance. You know, I hope for a time when it is legal in the state of Georgia, and the revenue that is produced from the sales of this can go into programs that can help folks who are addicted to all manner of substances and go into educational and mental health programs, because a lot of times folks who are turning to illegal drugs are self-medicating for mental health and physical health issues.
Commissioner Parker.
I also really wanted to thank our speakers this evening, some of whom shared some really personal stories from their lives or their families around cannabis. And I think it does speak to what a benefit it can be to our community. I, piggyback off what Commissioner Link said, have known people in my life who have deeply struggled with alcohol, property damage, violence, repeated incarceration, who, once they started using cannabis, actually had healthier lives. And so the question of whether or not this ordinance is going to drive up crime in our community, I think it would do the opposite. I would say briefly that I would be supportive of Commissioner Hull's proposed CDO to include a probable cause as something that we don't want used against members of our community if they might smell of hemp, knowing the disproportionality with which that has been used against African American communities in past. And yeah, that's it.
Thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Denson.
Thank you, Mayor. Similarly, I definitely appreciate everybody coming out and speaking tonight and the work of the committee for bringing this forward. And I also would support us going ahead and including the probable cause in there, especially since there is the element that that severs this from any if something was to happen with that line. Rest of the ordinance would still stand. So I'm supportive of that. And to me, speaking of the need for this, is that yes, currently there are not people widely being arrested for possession because of the snafus that the state legislature has gotten themselves into. But I think even that snafu itself speaks to why we should not trust somehow the state legislature not to do something worse, as I think we've seen with many other policies, whether it be abortion or education or many other things. I definitely do not trust that our state legislature will not go back and try, as I know some of them are trying to fix this, so that people will be again getting prosecuted and arrested for this. So I think it makes sense for us to move and to take action locally before that starts happening. People start going back to jail and getting arrested, rather than waiting for people to start getting arrested again. So yeah, I am excited and proud to see this on here, and I'll be happy to be working with Commissioner Hull on that CDO.
Thanks, Commissioner. All right, we're going to move on to item 21, which is authorization of the Housing Affordability Investment Strategy. I want to thank this body for prioritizing affordable housing, and thank staff for their hard work in soliciting input and then reviewing what does seem like a really strong package of work. And so I can't wait to see this move forward. I want to move on to commission input. So Commissioner Parker.
Let's see. Give me just 1 second to pull up the relevant part I wanted to speak to. So I know that when we were talking about ARPA generally, there was a lot of concern around getting consultants to help us with certain aspects of the work. I do recognize that we have a wealth of expertise in the community, but we also have limited capacity for drawing upon volunteer boards or staff as well. There is some expertise that is more specialized that can be helpful to be brought into this kind of process. But that said, we ultimately went with one firm that was the sole applicant, so the sole proposal we received to put together our affordable housing investment strategy. And so I wanted to ask about a couple of questions about them to see if our values as a community are kind of able to be taken up in the work they will likely do. So for example, on facts and issues number 5, with the staff notes about the proposal they put in, it says that they were well informed about Athens-Clarke County, and I wondered if in a follow-up report you could speak to what this means exactly. You might know what the neighborhoods are or be able to calculate quantitatively, where the issues are, but qualitatively in terms of neighborhood characters, historically in terms of which ones have been underinvested in or right now are under particular threat of gentrification, as well as, again, our values around, we've been talking a lot in the mayor, while running for mayor again, brought up, home down payments and things like that are forms of reparational work. And so to see if their awareness of that context with regards to what sorts of values we hold as a community, I guess. I would also say that I think next point down in the same section, they said that the approach to community engagement is sufficient and is fairly traditional. Fairly traditionally, some communities have felt inadequately consulted or included in public input processes, so that kind of concerns me, actually. And so if staff could, in a follow-up report, speak more to what their approach to community engagement is. And actually, I believe that is everything that I had. Yes.
Great questions, Commissioner Parker. And what I would note, and I'll certainly come back with some very specific examples from the actual scope of work that they provided, the proposal they submitted. So this very specific consultant is pretty renowned for doing great work. Most recently, they've worked in the city of Charlottesville, Virginia. I would encourage everyone to take a look at that plan to see if you like it or not. So at this point in time, I think there's still opportunity for us to ask them about community engagement strategies. And if we had any very specific recommendations on what we might like to tweak, this is a great opportunity to do so. And I think they would be open to doing so.
Great.
That being said, I think we can provide very specific bullet points to their approach to housing analysis. But it just won't be them doing the work. Staff will be alongside them, giving them the knowledge of what neighborhoods are historically African American, what those neighborhoods have gone through, what those neighborhoods can look like in the future. So that's kind of like local knowledge that I think they're going to lean on us for, and the community, to be clear.
Yeah, I really appreciate the reframing because I don't want to seem as if this is done and final and I'm throwing it all out once, start over again, but really opening that dialogue because I think those are things that we're going to need to discuss with them moving forward so that our vision for how this is developed and implemented, is, they have that information at their disposal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Commissioner Thornton.
Yeah, I would like to also pull this off to have some of Commissioner Parker's questions answered by next month. And I would like to know if they have any relationship with the National Low Income Housing Council. I mean, these, I think there's a lot of information, and plus Enterprise. Those are two national groups that work with low-income communities across the country. If I would like to know if they have any kind of connection or knowledge or reference with groups that this is what they do, not because this is their job. So if you could find that out for me for the next meeting, I appreciate it.
Of course.
All right, we'll be looking for a little more of that detail. I appreciate that a whole lot, Assistant Manager Jones. All right, moving on to item 22, this is the resolution to protect reproductive freedom and abortion access in Athens-Clarke County. Appreciate everybody who drew together some language around this. I'll just say before I engage the commission in discussion, I know there was some question from the podium about the specific language in this, and I will say as somebody who's supportive of having this on the agenda, that part of, I think, my frustration that's shared is, I think, what's been observed as either inconsistent and or inappropriate use of a couple of concepts by the current iteration of the Supreme Court. One of those, this notion of originalism, that we always have to lean back on what the, quote, founding fathers would have believed, as if we can know that. And the other is this notion of textualism, the idea that, you know, we have to look at the exact words that are in the Constitution, and those are static things. And I'll say, given those concerns of mine about inconsistency and inappropriate use of those notions by the Supreme Court, I certainly want to make sure that our resolution is consistent with the nature of this local government, which is different than the way that some other local governments operate. Atlanta was brought up as a model, and it's just a different model of local government with different roles and responsibilities. So I just want to make that clear to members of the public who might look at a couple different cities and not understand that just there are some different workings. For example, Atlanta has an elected mayor who's also the lead administrator while being a policymaker, whereas we have a mayor-manager-council form of government. So just want to make clear the rationale for some differences between what another city may do and what we may do, particularly in the context of this. Input, Commissioner Thornton?
Mike just corrected me about pulling stuff off the agenda. But on this, on number 22, I know the intent, and I do believe I do believe that I am pro-choice in my actions and in my beliefs. I do want to just put out there that the door, Pandora's box, has really been opened on Roe versus Wade. I could see things that are going to come down the pipe that have will have a negative impact on a lot of other issues, especially issues of people of color and civil rights issues. But I do want to say, for where I'm pro-life at is I'm concerned about children that are being abused. I'm concerned about the overpopulation of kids in foster care. I'm concerned about the sex trafficking of young children. I don't think that we can ignore that. I watch, what's that one, Who Your Baby Daddy? Nobody don't know who baby daddy and stuff. So I just think that I'm going to step back on this, but I do want to know, I do want people to know where I stand. I think that while we're talking about an unborn baby, I'm also thinking about all the babies that have already been born that are struggling in all of these cycles and situations. I know from my age and where I came back, I know about the illegal abortions. I know about how people they actually died, you know, trying or became sterile. So I totally get it. I don't think we should be playing with people's lives, but I guess I'm pro-life, pro-choice, all mixed in one.
Yeah, thanks, Commissioner. Commissioner Parker.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to highlight some parts of the resolution that I think speak to some of Commissioner Thornton's points, as well as for the general public. Defining reproductive justice and freedom here as also having the material and social supports to raise the family you want and the conditions that you want. Commissioner Link did bring forward some language around the situation with foster care, the foster care crisis, and just the conditions that our children in our community are already living in that we desperately need to address as issues of reproductive justice and freedom, because these folks are not able to have the families that they need. However, here we are talking about the ability for people that can get pregnant to make choices about their bodies, including choices about viable or non-viable fetuses, and not children, because it's not a child until they are born, or you decide that you're going to have a baby. And so, in authoring the resolution, we kind of left out more of those technical details about children to sort of make that scientific distinction clear. But we do also speak to the fact that in a state where we have refused to expand Medicaid, fully fund childcare in public schools, raise the minimum wage, or otherwise support infants, children, and families, this is not a pro-life state, because children aren't being supported in living full lives. With that said, while there are some things about our structure of government that are different from a place like Atlanta that have encouraged us to tailor the language here, I do think we have had a number of people come and speak to the fact that they don't want their taxpayer money put towards the criminalization of reproductive health care. And I do think that is something that we can consider pursuing here, in that we as the Mayor and Commission do decide how the budget is spent, and we don't have a say over state or federal dollars. And so it's not to say that, you know, in the deprioritization of the criminalization of reproductive health care, there aren't funds available whatsoever, but an assurance to the people who live in Athens-Clarke County that the money that we are put in responsibility of stewarding does not go in that direction, I believe is something that we can address here. And I would be very interested in talking with more of my colleagues about potential appetite for a CDO to that end. But ultimately, I think the most important thing here is that we have unanimity in standing with the community that is very scared of the times that we are in. And so I ultimately want to do what we can do to have that strong showing of support. But I wanted to also speak to the potential to strengthen the language here so that we can really, really foster that confidence in the public.
Commissioner Link.
Yeah, we're facing a fascistic overthrow of our basic human rights. We're seeing it happen on a local level where we have representatives that do not represent us hijacking our local elections process. And we have representatives that do not represent us passing laws that would force women to give birth, delegating that a fetus has more worth, a smear of cells with less muscular skeletal autonomy or sentience than a brine shrimp has more worth than a living, breathing human being or a living, breathing child, because hundreds of thousands of children are born into this state alone who are not born into families that are given any opportunity to properly provide for them. We do have a foster care crisis. We do have a maternal death crisis. We are number 2 in maternal death in this country. Women are already dying because they're not getting proper care in their pregnancies. They're already dying because it's already hard as hell to get an abortion in this state, and it's about to become impossible. Women are bleeding out on waiting room floors. Raped 10-year-old little girls are being dragged across state lines to get the medical care they need, and the doctors who serve them are getting sued. We have to stand up, we have to do something, and we have to make our statement as strong as possible that we believe in basic human rights for all people, including the children who will be saved by these kinds of measures because their families will be they'll be able to be brought up in families that are ready for them. So we need to make our statement as strong as possible, and I do have concerns about this Section 2 delegating power to the manager. The whole reason we're in this mess is because a bunch of appointed people made decisions that do not represent the desires of the majority of this nation.
Commissioner Myers?
I want to follow up on this as well, and I'm probably going to get a little bit more technical in terms of the resolution than passionate on the topic, and that's not to say that I am not passionate on this topic. I could go into it, and I may go into it in August, but I mean, my community activism here in Athens started in 1984 with my involvement with the Athens Pro-Choice Action League. So it's shocking to see us have to approach this topic and this issue and this taking away of a right that I thought was here for myself, for my daughters, and for my granddaughters. But the reality is that as a county commission, we have limited power to address state laws that we disagree with. So in addition to doing the work that we're doing here, all of us who are committed to this need to do other work in the community to make sure that people in the community and the state to make sure that women have as safe access to abortion reproductive rights services as we can. But here in the county, we have limited power. This is not our purview. Federal laws trump state laws trump local laws, and therefore, this resolution is limited in what it can do to protect the bodily autonomy of women and others who can give birth. So, and I'm saying that more again to the people who have written us and to the people who were here tonight. It proclaims that the commission strong support of the fundamental liberties to bodily sovereignty and affirms its commitment to protecting the rights of all to make health decisions for themselves, including abortion care. It communicates to our county manager, because our government is set up this way, that he or she, if there's another one, that to let that county manager know our wish as a commission is to assign the lowest priority to the enforcement of state laws that restrict a person's right to an abortion. We are not asking our county manager to make decisions on who can, on how to enforce laws. And I want to make that really clear. And we also are asking our county manager, because again, it's his position in the government, to figure out whether or not we can include abortion care in our health insurance for our employees. I think it's really important that we make a statement on this. And because we live in a state now where a lot of us feel disenfranchised, where we feel that our powers have been taken away in terms of reproductive rights. We have to show the people of our community that there are leaders who care about this and will continue to work on this issue in what limited ways we have here within the county, but then also in other ways throughout the state and throughout the country. So I will be supporting this resolution. And I'm so glad that we have it here and that I work with people who are also concerned on this issue.
Commissioner Denson?
Thank you, Mayor. And yeah, thank you for everyone sharing this, talking about this. And I'm glad that this resolution can bring this discussion forward. Speaking to what Commissioner Parker brought up, though, I would like to explore, and I do understand the limitations, and especially with how Section 2 uses the term resources, in which resources could be interpreted as including personnel, and that is definitely an operational function that this body does not deal with. But this body does oversee the budget creation for Athens-Clarke County government. So I know that we've gone through this a little bit, and I'm willing to continue working with the attorney's office to find a way that we can bring this about so it's specifically addressing only the budgetary implication using funding for how this is worded, for allocating to the investigation or support. So yeah, just focusing on the funding element of this, and if that requires a budget ordinance, then I'm happy to again work with the attorney's office to have that drafted and included along with this resolution if that's what we have to do. But definitely look forward to working with my colleagues and the attorney's office over the next 2 weeks to try to find that sweet spot that I think that we all want to have. Thank you.
Thanks, Commissioner. And Commissioner Houle is on the line as well.
Thank you, Mayor. I don't really need to repeat things that folks have already said. I just want to thank my colleagues for the hard work that was done during our off time to put this resolution together. I was proud to play my own small part in it, and I feel like we're almost all the way to a document I'd be 100% excited about. I think there are some minor revisions we can make that would be minor but meaningful that have already been spoken to by other colleagues, and I look forward to supporting those and supporting this moving forward. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, item 23 is a Title VI program. It's a document local governments are required to do by federal law to access federal funds, and so I know that's going to be forthcoming. And then 24 is also by title only. This is the University of Georgia contribution in support of our existing downtown public safety camera system. And then we are going to move forward to the planning and zoning items we have. So I'm going to.
Mayor, can
yes.
And this is just because we do have the draft agenda item that was put on our desk. I do wonder if I could ask the manager to maybe just give us a highlight. I haven't really been able to look through this yet for item 24.
Yes, thank you. I appreciate that. I did want to do that opportunity. Also, earlier, we had the district attorney has several grants that she would like to pursue, and a couple of those include creating a new position as well, and I'll get those out to you tomorrow. We were finalizing details late Friday, didn't make the send out. With respect to the University of Georgia contribution, this goes back to President Moorhead, if you'll remember back in the fall, in response to some concerns in and around campus, offered a challenge grant, if you will, $250,000, and it was determined that Chief Spruill and Chief Silk from the UGA PD would consider some locations for some additional cameras to enhance safety in and around campus and downtown. And so they have gone through that process, and in order to take receipt of the funds and put them into play, you'll need to approve an intergovernmental agreement, which will have a draft attached to the agenda item, and a budget ordinance that would accept the funds.
Thanks for that. I appreciate it. And I didn't get a copy of that, Gene. I'll just make sure I get a copy after this meeting. Oh, thank you. Appreciate it. All right, I'm going to relocate and push my chair back here. All right, so we have, let's see, 6 planning and zoning items. So Planning Director Brad Griffin is here to take us through those, and we're going to begin with project at Olympic Drive.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Good evening to all of you. I've got a handful of them this evening. I'll try to move quickly through them. First item is a request to rezone property at 505 and 515 Olympic Drive. This does include a land use amendment as well as a rezone request. The land use change would be to modify the land use from employment to mixed density residential, and then to rezone the property from employment industrial and industrial with conditions to a RM1 multifamily plan development. 271 dwellings proposed with a total of 681 bedrooms. This would be a rental type community. Subject property located, this is the loop at Olympic Drive right here. So it includes the entire frontage from Olympic Drive north along the east side of the 10 loop to where the railroad goes under the loop. At that point, you see there's 2 parcels right now that make up the overall proposal. The land use amendment, the left is the current future land use. This property is really the beginning of a large employment land use designation that is our Athena Industrial Park that goes from the loop there at Olympic on both sides and continues really all the way to the end of Olympic Drive at its opposite end where it hits Foyles Road across from RWDC. And then it continues a little further north. So this is the entry point of the Athena Industrial Park. If approved, it would change that land use designation to a mixed density residential for purposes of a multifamily project. And then from a zoning, employment industrial, and just a little bit of industrial right there that was acquired from an adjacent parcel property owner several years ago to the RM1 PD. You'll see throughout the staff report, and this probably shows our primary concern from a staff standpoint is just the potential impact here. This is the post office on Olympic Drive. Quit doing that. And So there's some really large undeveloped parcels behind the post office, still currently zoned and identified for future heavy industrial development within the industrial park, and the inclusion in staff's opinion of that type of a residential component in that proximity may make for difficulty in long-term investment and development for the intended use of that property as industrial. Here's the site plan that is proposed that would become binding if approved for the multifamily project. These are townhouses attached, 1 and 2 stories. As you see here, they all front load with garages onto a private street system. Planning Commission recommendation, based on the fact that the proposed residential mixed use is really not near any commercial nodes. It's not near everyday services or transit. Isolated future land use would be created, as well as zoning for the Olympic Drive corridor. And as I mentioned earlier, the introduction of the residential use could affect industrial area investment. We point out again that it's another larger multifamily project. But I think from a Planning Commission standpoint, this was really, it wasn't as much about design of the project or the proposal if it were in another location, but in this case, very much about the potential impact to significant land use change and the impact of that introduction of residential as it relates to those existing properties that have been identified for decades as the area where our industrial investments should occur. So with that, the Planning Commission recommendation for both future development and zoning are not to approve the request.
Thanks, Brad. And it's in Commissioner Parker's district.
Sure is. So I also met with the developing team as well as Commissioner-elect Taylor shortly before the Planning Commission meeting to discuss the project, and we shared a lot of concerns as well. As you know, this is right adjacent to East Athens, particularly Nellie B, and this is an area that's rapidly gentrifying, where folks are very concerned with increased property values. A lot of those folks came out to speak as we were, determining the budget this year about the very issues of the way that gentrification has impacted the values of their homes and their ability to stay in them. As well, traffic coming down Peter Street from this development. I know a lot of it might be getting onto the loop to, go eat or work or play in other parts of the city. But that's an area that's already had a lot of traffic complaints in recent years. We just put up that 4-way stop at the corner of Carver and Peter, but people are still begging for more help. There was a speeding car that crashed into one of my constituents' houses at Peter and Vine Street last year, and so there's already a lot of traffic issues along that corridor. And so I said as much. Though I did appreciate the design of the houses, I did not necessarily share the same concerns about changing that industrial use to residential. With that said, they did seem really eager to figure out a way to make it work. And they have actually asked if we would table this until our September meeting to figure out if there is some kind of affordable housing strategy that could make it more palatable. To be frank, I'm not sure if there is one, but I am willing to give it some time to see if there is something that would be not only, appealing in terms of numbers and dollars and cents, but also I think we need to start building a culture of getting community input on the front end. Oftentimes when we go through a process that's laid out on paper as the right way to go, you put up the signs, you come to the meeting, there's already a designed plan in mind. And it feels very undemocratic that then folks are given a choice, do you want this or not? And so I'm hoping that in talking with them about that issue, we can start to engage in more of that kind of work as a commission. So that kind of gives me a little concern that we can figure out a way forward, but I am willing to at least entertain it because it may be at least of educational value to us all.
Thanks, Commissioner. Other input on this item? Commissioner Davenport.
I just got a question about topography. So all the water up north is flowing down towards this area, right? Like there's water runoff from the street, from the property.
I'm not 100% sure, Commissioner, on which direction all of the topo on the property north of what you see there is the creek, where it goes, but that area that shaded in gray, that is that's the creek basin for Trail Creek, I believe, is the one, and it's a fairly large system that moves through there.
So I'm just trying to get at this fact that everything north is industrial, so I just have some concerns about being a residential at the bottom where the water, potential water runoff or some type of hazard may affect the lives of those newly residential individuals, so.
And can I say one more thing really quick on tabling? Like, I assume I need to make a formal motion to that end at the meeting in August?
Yes.
And not
That'd be
necessarily
correct.
like pull this from the agenda this evening or anything?
No,
Okay.
You could make that the motion at the August voting meeting to hold for a 1-month cycle and bring it
Okay.
back in September.
Great.
Yes.
Commissioner Thornton?
Definitely, I would try to support Commissioner Parker's recommendation after she does some more looking into this project. And I just wish we could get consistent about how we are going to do, and maybe we're working it through now with all the inclusionary zoning and the housing strategy, but doggone it, this is a slap in the face to the folk 1010 Oglethorpe. Much smaller units, a much smaller area, same concerns about trafficking. I didn't hear anything about community benefits or some other options that we could have used. We probably should have tabled that for 30 days. But we cannot, because where the power lies is not, where the power lies does not mean it's right. And we need to be consistent. I'm good, but I'm just saying, this right here, 1010 should have gotten the same kind of consideration. That's all I'm saying. And I'm through with that. But I will follow Commissioner Parker's recommendation because I have gotten calls from people in that community. But we got to be fair, y'all.
Commissioner Link?
Yeah, I'm keen to hear what the developers have to say about, bringing some affordability issues or, more, I don't know, more walkable design. Like the design of this just doesn't speak to me. But the gist of this is a huge development. You said 500 and something?
271 units.
Units, 671 bedrooms.
Yeah,
That's huge.
Yeah.
And this is the definition of an auto-centric project.
Yeah.
So every single one of those people living in those houses is going to have a car, and that car is going to head into East Athens. And those streets were not built for that kind of traffic. Those streets were built for folks who were mostly walking. And when we talk about smart growth, we're talking about providing affordable housing in areas where people can afford to get to the places they need to go, and where we encourage people to be able to walk and bike to, grab a gallon of milk or, see their neighbors, go to school. Like, God, where are the schools even in this area? I just, this is such an humongous and isolated, huge development that just, I don't, this would be a very isolated community, and it's just the antithesis of any kind of smart growth that I've studied, and I've read a handful of books on this stuff.
Commissioner Parker?
Yeah, Commissioner Thornton brought up inclusionary zoning, and so I actually wanted to speak a little bit to like what we have been considering. And so I did bring that up to them, like, well, have you considered inclusionary zoning? Well, the underlying zoning isn't like a lower level of residential density. It's industrial, so there wasn't an avenue that they could go through. However, considering if we apply the same formulas as inclusionary zoning to this project for like a base expectation of what sort of affordability, either in units or payment in lieu, would we expect for, any developer seeking to go through a process where this is really dense, this is really big, right? And so by that math, if it's 271 units at 10% of the total, that's 27 units that would be affordable, something like 50, 60 bedrooms. If they were to use a formula that matches our inclusionary zoning ordinance, if they were to do a payment in lieu, that would be anywhere from 3.6 to 4 something million dollars that I would love to see reinvested in housing that in this area that is more community controlled and determined with regards to perhaps single family homes and things like that the neighborhood does want. But at the end of the day, I am not sure I'm not sure if it's going to work, because as Commissioner Link said, it is a very isolated area. There's other problems. But I just wanted to put that out there to sort of just set that bar right now, because I think that, yeah, I mean, we just have a housing crisis, and I don't want to accept like less than we have established as our standard, if anything, you know.
Commissioner Myers,
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Commissioner Thornton.
You know, I'm always pulling up my map here, because when I looked at this another time, I was thinking how isolated it is. And now I'm looking at it again, and I'm just putting this out there. It's actually from this location to the East Athens Herd Park is 0.6 miles. And so I kind of, you know, that we're so used to the bypass separating things. And I believe that area of the bypass now has all, I mean, that of Olympic Drive, Peter Street has sidewalks and may even have bike lanes. So I'm just putting that out there. It's actually closer to East Athens than, let's say, for example, when we looked at that piece of property way out on the other side of Winterville that wants to be developed. So just food for thought.
Commissioner Thornton.
I think we all agree that we want to do affordable housing, and I really appreciate if Commissioner Parker would talk to the developers about different options. Maybe it doesn't need to have that many out there. If you come down 29, it's building up all down there now. Mm-hmm. All of that is, we got a new racetrack a little further down. You come off a Hall Road, you're right into Oak Hill and those apartments. So it's not a desolated area, and growth is coming that way. But we got to make sure when we grow things that we are not gentrifying the folk that are concerned. So it's not that I don't support this. I just want to make sure we put as many options out there and that the residents are involved. I got calls from residents. I hadn't talked to you, Commissioner, I'm sorry. But that was my concern, and it was my concern, again, about 1010.
Yeah, so this has been spinning in my brain for a bit, so I'm sorry to go on and on about it. But another thing I want to say is that, I mean, usually when you get to this point in the process, the folks have like gotten on contract for the property, et cetera, et cetera. And so I say that because, like, I would love to see something less dense. It would probably have to go back to the drawing board and back through planning commission. But now that we've started talking, if it comes to that, I hope that we can engage them in that and do more of that democratic process of community engagement on the front end, if need be. That would be excellent. That would be amazing. But then the last thing I will say is that another thing I want to take a look at, as was done with the Oglethorpe project, I wasn't aware that you can actually engage with the tax assessor about the property value inflation, that potential based on surrounding developments. And so I definitely want to take a look at that here if we can, because if it adversely impacts folks in that way to a high degree, I can't support it.
Thanks, Commissioner. I'll share that, you know, it appears to be a somewhat challenged site in that you've got two bridges that have to exist just to even cross Trail Creek. You know, like Commissioner Myers, I noted how close it is to Virginia Walker Park as well as the Herd Park. You know, in terms of thinking of community benefit, I spoke with the land planner or the commercial property sales team and told them that, you know, in my mind, a community benefit could be something that would enhance the surrounding community. We know that we've got a food desert in that area, and should there be fresh food availability even, that would be a community benefit that I could see perceive, in addition to the prospect of some affordable units. So I'm not sold on any direction in terms of, you know, not supporting or supporting, but I think some additional time is beneficial, so would be glad for a month hold. Commissioner Benson.
Thanks, Mayor. And just want to say, I also, there's definitely concerns, but I definitely appreciate Commissioner Parker wanting to go back and talk to them about other possibilities. If you're going to do that, I would say I don't want to see it less dense. I think the density is one of the values to this. because that's why we get so much affordable housing, is because it's dense and percentage is higher. So one of my concerns is not the density, definitely the environmental, and I guess the other one would be, I think, what Commissioner Davenport brought up with this being right next to industrial. We saw what happened in Winterville whenever a previous commission changed an industrial area to residential, and then whenever industrial use showed up across the street, which shouldn't be a big surprise, there was a lot of problems. So I could totally see the same exact thing happening here. So that's something I think we should keep in mind. But I definitely appreciate Commissioner Parker going back to the drawing board, or at least trying to see if they can negotiate something.
I think Commissioner Houle is on the line, and then Commissioner Hamby.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I just, there's some stuff coming before us soon, very likely, in my district over off Atlanta Highway on Jennings Mill. And there's kind of a similar phenomenon where residential has been built in industrially zoned areas or commercially zoned areas. And now that it's already there, it's kind of precluded anything but residential going in the future. And there's sort of an irony I feel like I'm seeing here where, I believe some of the same people we've seen advocate for this particular proposal were also advocating for other rezones for industrial development in far further eastern Athens. And so I'm struggling to see how putting housing in this zone makes sense given a kind of helicopter view of land planning for the future of this community, assuming we want, employment industrial to go anywhere. Putting residential in those places kind of precludes that from happening in the future, or at least it makes it extremely difficult for future commissions or community members to find it palatable, because inevitably you have people living next to places that they don't want to see developed, and in 10 or 20 years, when an employer is trying to move in, there will be a lot of tension, I think. So.
Thanks. Commissioner Hamby?
Sure, thank you. I would imagine that river is going to make any industrial a little bit more difficult to build on from that standpoint. And there is Kroger. You mentioned some parks, but Kroger's
Right
not far from here as well. The other thing, as you're thinking through this, I mean, kind of the river divides the industrial from the most of the residential. I'm a bit concerned about the bridges that are going across here. But Brad, I'll have a question for you. How long has this stayed industrial? Decades and decades, is that what you said? Yeah.
Yeah, Commissioner, this property's bounced back and forth through the last couple decades. There was a proposal probably late 90s that looked at trying to do a multifamily project on it, and it got some zoning, and then nothing ever happened with it. It went back to the employment industrial zoning years ago, in part in conjunction with the construction of the great interchange on Loop 10.
Right.
And I think it was. I tend to be in agreement with you, Commissioner, in terms of the likelihood of this property as more of a heavy industrial or manufacturing user. May be very appropriate for more of a research and technology type use that was not heavy with a lot of trucks, but it's been zoned employment industrial initially probably since the 80s. It jumped out into a multifamily 15 or 20 years ago and then went back fairly quickly.
Right.
And has remained that way.
Okay. I guess my point is this, that, as a body, as a commission, certainly we have to look forward to what's going to be coming down the pipe 10 years from now. But we know that we have something we need to address today, and that's certainly some housing issues. And how you can make this work with the developer, I'd be certainly interested in. And you may not be able to, but I'm not as concerned about it, I guess, being industrial and us taking it to residential.
Have we ever, it seems like we have to decide between industrial and residential. That kind of looks like it's always the dividing line. Are there communities that are thriving that are next door to each other? Because I imagine in my mind that people who live in one of these houses may work in that industrial park. I mean, what can we do to, and we may not get it to do it on this project, but I do think it's something to think about if we're serious about where we're going to be down the road. I think we've got to start figuring out how do we put residential and industry together in a comfortable way. Blaine, you said something at the meeting that I was at the other day, and you told the audience, a lot of the things that they're concerned about are things that were put in play 20, 30 years ago. And now, here we are, but it's not like it just happened. So I do think we really need to start thinking what we want Athens to look like 20, 30 years ago from now. And I do think that we need to have those kind of opportunities and input from a younger generation somewhere along the line. But I think we'll always be fighting each other if we've got to choose between residential, not in my backyard type theory. But just a thought out there. It may not work on this project, Commissioner Parker, but we really need, and I think we're headed in that direction. So please don't think what I'm saying is negative.
No, if I might, Mayor. Please. And I appreciate that reference to land use planning, Commissioner Thornton. I'm glad I said something that made sense. But I will say that you're right from a land use planning standpoint. Industrial is not something you typically find here and there across a community. I mean, you plan to put it somewhere because typically industrial uses either have some form of emissions or noise. Sometimes they're 24-hour operations, or they have trucks that come that back up. And so typically when we think about multi-use, you make a good point about being near an employment center for sure. But typically we try to have some buffers between industrial land uses and residential land uses. And I'd defer to Planning Director Griffin on that.
Yeah, no, and I appreciate that comment. It's kind of the crux of land use planning, which is a component of your comprehensive plan that you all look at. And we've had comprehensive plans. This area from the loop north was that area designated 40 years ago as being one of two. We had this area for purposes of industrial development, and then the other one was up the Newton Bridge Road corridor back then, which goes back a little further. But it is, we always fight the land use. A lot of times it's commercial. It's a shopping center next to a neighborhood, then traffic and those types of things. And I do think there is very relative ways to blend those, and we have some designations within our land use plan that encourage that type of blending with commercial. The property immediately north of this is this first section of the Athena Industrial Park from the loop up into about where our recycling facility is not just from that point north where BI is and where Johnson & Johnson is. That's employment industrial, and that does not allow heavy raw material manufacturing. It's more research, medicine, those types of things. This is the heavy industrial portion from the loop up to about our recycling facility. So that property to the north, by right, could be a very intrusive use to this community at some point down the road, or it could be an opportunity for some type of an industrial use that may be a good employment. I don't know, but that may choose not to look at a site in the Athena Industrial Park because of the 270 units on the other side of the creek. I normally don't leave you with a thought, but I feel pretty strongly about this one. When you were going through that zoning process back in December with the Spring Valley property, and you had the neighborhood across the street, and you had the agent for the property owner wanting to rezone standing up here telling you that we are running out of industrial land, we need this property, we don't have that much. This is 70 acres of this industrial park that's getting ready to go away if it gets rezoned. So just a thought, but that's a higher level thought, and I appreciate all y'all's comments. But
So through our economic development department, are we marketing these industrial sites? Well, that's a crazy, let's forget it. You sure? Yes, you are. I'll answer the question for you. Yes, you are. But we've got to maybe as we move forward, it would be good to know what avenues we are looking at to attract industry to industry areas. Because it just looks like it's just lingering now. I've never even heard us talk about it. So maybe, we do need to keep it industrial, but what are we doing to get industry here? That's it for me.
Commissioner Link, follow up?
Yeah, I just wanted to make the comment that once upon a time, it was the norm for industrial and residential to be side by side. That's why we have mill villages. I happen to live in one. But that was at a time when, you didn't have ginormous semi-trucks coming in by the dozen, and, these industries were on, they weren't 70, 100, 300 tracked factories or whatever. They were mills, a dozen or so acres, on railroads where everything loaded up onto the rail cars and got out of there. So I think that's the challenge we face. You want people to live near where they work, and you also want them to have the resources they need, and those mill villages had their general stores on the corners. A lot of them are homes now. But, that is the challenge we face, is like re-embracing a development pattern that is lost and is illegal, quite frankly, and impractical, in a lot of ways in today's day and age. I don't know how folks could reclaim that lifestyle in a project like this with this giant loop separating them from the rest of the community. Stroud Elementary is not that far away as the crow flies, but it is really far away to actually get your kid there, because you got to go back into East Athens and all the way around, and I just really question the location and the accessibility of this.
I think it's fair to say more to be announced. All right, we're going to move on to 26.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So 26 is an amendment to an existing commercial neighborhood plan development at 100, 106, and 179 Timothy Park Lane. It's an amendment that's attempting to largely put back into play a development pattern that was part of the original PD approval that was amended and modified, and now the current developer is wanting to generally put it back the way it was. This is the Timothy Park project there, Timothy Road just to the south, Ruthwood running off at the angle. This was originally done as part of a larger development, and I'm not going to use the arrow because I keep advancing the slides, but it was a mix of office space that you see up at the corner of Epps Parkway and where Ruthwood comes in. One of the two buildings are shown here in this slide, and then it transitioned into what was originally along the Ruthwood frontage. Those were more of a multifamily attached townhouse product that was loaded from what you see as the alley there in the rear, and then the balance was to be single family. The three lots that you see here highlighted in red, the original 2005 approval, those were three single family lots. In 2014, there was an amendment proposed that in part took the lot that you see there that's on its own to the left and turned it into an amenity lot, and it took the two lots that you see on the right where you come in off Timothy and turned those two into one. And that was approved as an amendment in 14. Those lots were never developed, and since then, and we've had a lot of neighborhood input on this one, and the neighborhood seems to be, they've been very willing to meet with the developer. The original amenity lot proposal in the 14 amendment was for a swimming pool, and it sounds to us like there's some interest in a pool from part of the communities. Part of the community is really not interested in a pool, but they were interested in some type of an amenity lot. So this went to the Planning Commission probably in May, At the May meeting, there was a large turnout from the community. There was a request for additional discussions between the developer and the neighborhood group in order to try to achieve some type of an amenity as part of the proposal. And there you see, that was the 05 plan. And then it was changed there. That was the amenity lot in the 2014 on the left. And then on the right is what the developer has brought back and is in front of you tonight, that he's asking still to be allowed to put back the lot for purposes of building a house on it, but then to set aside a smaller green space as kind of a landscape seating area. The community members generally that showed up at the last Planning Commission meeting seemed to be appreciative of the amenity, although it was smaller certainly than the pool. They did continue to share concerns with this lot 8 that you see on the left converting into 2 lots, largely because of the design of the entry road with the divided landscape median. They had concerns with driveway locations and safety. We always send these proposals to our Transportation and Public Works Department for review and comment as part of our staff recommendation. We did not receive any negative comments or concerns from TPW regarding these 2 lots or the driveway. So at the end of the discussion, the Planning Commission is recommending that the request as being submitted by the developer be approved. And I think you've got a concept of the open space amenity that he has proposed to provide for the neighborhood as part of this if it were to be approved. But it was a recommendation to you from your Planning Commission to approve this request.
Mr. Hamby, the District
Sure.
10.
Thank you. I appreciate it. You know, I heard just a few comments from it, but none generally that they are too close to it. So I don't know. I don't anticipate any issues really. But I've been wrong before.
All right, going to move on to 27. This is 42, almost 43 acres, 1,000 Hull Road.
Okay, and Commissioner Thornton was just talking about this area. You've got another proposal in this area, so let's talk about it for a little bit. This is a request to amend the future land use map from general business to mixed density residential, as well as rezoning the property from commercial rural to an RM1. This is a straight rezoning request, no binding plan with it at this point. There still are some elements that we'll talk about for just a minute that if this were to be approved that will open up some opportunities for, but 43 acres undeveloped. This is kind of the last piece. Y'all have been looking at a lot of developments in this area. This is all of the area back in behind Kroger. And this is kind of the last piece short of the Modern Body property at the intersection where Voiles tees into Highway 72 that has not been looked at for either a rezoning or a special use permit in the last several years. RM1 would allow for a combination of, you could build single family, multifamily. There are some limited uses such as church, nursing home, daycare with size restrictions that are also permitted. But here is the property in question. You see Kroger there on the left. The property immediately behind Kroger and I'll show you a little bit more in a minute, but that was the property you recently did a combination rezone and special use permit for a 4% tax credit project that had a connecting road that goes from the back of Kroger across to the kind of northeast corner of that property, which is going to hit right where this parcel comes out with the little sleeve that runs down and hits Hall Road. But land use, the little green section that's currently in place is kind of a remnant of probably the original 2000 land use map. A lot of that has changed through the years, but the property right now is a combination of general business and rural. Neither one of those land use classifications allow for RM1 zoning, but there is currently mixed density residential there immediately adjacent to it at the intersection of Hall Road and Highway 72. So you would not be establishing an isolated land use pattern by making that change. And then from commercial rural to RM1, both of the properties that you've looked at recently, the tax credit project that's immediately along 72 to the southwest, as well as the property just to the northwest of this property, that was also a special use in CG for a larger multifamily project that included another piece of the connecting road from Voiles over to Highway 29. That road's currently under construction. If you've been out there, they've got base down, curbs in place. It is moving forward. And you can kind of see it here. See if I can do this without advancing. This is the property that y'all looked at first. That was the special use for ground floor residential in commercial general that included that extension of Tally Crossing to its property line. This piece would be the next component that would include, any development of this property would include the continuation, excuse me, of Tally Crossing over to where you see the property turn yellow, and it would stop at that point until at some point in the future there is redevelopment of that property that connects to 72 at the Voiles intersection, which is a signalized intersection currently. It also that would be a public road connection. The small connecting piece that you see here would be a private drive, more than likely, that would also extend down, hit Highway 72 with a right in, right out, and include, it would pick up that connection that you all approved with the tax credit project 6 months ago that would give direct access in from any of these properties directly to the Kroger Shopping Center on the 72 side without having to get out on to Hall Road. Development of this could be of any nature, but the way that the conditions have been set up, if this were to be approved, these road connections and development would be required as part of any development of the property. That was just the site plan for the special use. That's the tax credit project that you all approved with the out parcels up front and the connecting road that went through the middle here and connected over as a condition. Planning Commission recommendation that they felt like that even though this was kind of an isolated zoning classification, it was very compatible with existing land uses that have been recently approved in the area. And so they're recommending approval of the future development modification as well as approval of the zoning with conditions. This deals with finalization of a plat and then those street connections is listed in the staff report to ensure that we continue to build that connectivity from Voiles Road over to 29, as well as internal connectivity within the commercial development to be able to move around freely without getting out on either one of the two state routes. So the recommendation is to approve.
Yep, and this is in District 9.
And now this, I totally am clear now. I actually got the one behind McDonald's mixed up with the tax credit, but this is the one that's the tax credit.
This property is where the old Southwell barn used to be that's gone.
Okay.
The tax credit project is. The property being rezoned is between where the barn used to be on the Southwell property and where the apartments are currently being built behind Northside Package on 29. It'll all connect it together.
Yeah, all of the, okay, now I have, and the best example I got with the other one that's behind McDonald's that I totally screwed up because I thought it was this one, was the thought that people would work and be able to go into the industrial. That was one of the big sells for me with the complex that's going up by McDonald's. And I remember it would be housing, workforce housing kinda for people that live, but this will also do the same thing and probably even more so because of the tax credit. So, and that's what I meant, that whole area is developing so rapidly. I do think that we probably need to look at it, but right now, based on the recommendation of the Planning Commission, I would definitely be supportive. I will talk to Brad or you before next month to just make sure, because if there's a way we could throw community benefits in there, we will look at it, but I will talk to you next month. Thank you.
Happy to discuss with you. And one of the things you looked at with the property behind McDonald's that you all were all very interested in was the assurance of pedestrian connectivity
Yep.
from that project to Highway 29 down to the light to be able to get into shopping. And that was all part of that proposal and continues to be.
And that is exactly what has happened, because that street is coming down. It doesn't go all the way down Hull, but all of that is paved now, so there's walking space. So it really is a safer place than when it was an empty lot.
And I'm going to get to Commissioner Davenport in just a second, but you mentioned the community benefit prospect, Commissioner Thornton. And if this was RM1, it of course would be available for the inclusionary zoning ordinance application. And RM1 is an area where you could have either attached or detached units. So you could have, essentially small cottages, or you could have an apartment complex. And if there was some permanent affordability, they could get their density bump as in the ordinance. So let me get Commissioner Davenport and then Commissioner Parker.
I was going to ask about inclusionary, so you hit on that point. So, but just a side question to Brad, is that typical to turn from a CR to RM1 in an area like this? Because you see a lot of CG that consistent across ACC.
I mean, it's not completely typical, Commissioner. I think one of the elements or the aspects that we looked at pretty closely was the fact that we had two CG properties that touched it on two sides that both have special use permits for what looks and feels like an RM1 development. So it was compatible from that standpoint. The CR zoning is really a product of the 2000 comprehensive rezoning of the county. That this whole area at that point, 22 years ago, was zoned commercial rural with the thought process that it would allow future commissions. CR doesn't allow you to do a whole lot in terms of density or commercial development. It allows a little, but the commission that was seated at that time really wanted to leave that zoning in place to allow developers to come in front of you guys with rezoning proposals for appropriate development instead of just put CG on all of it 20 years ago. So this is kind of the last piece.
Last question is CG at, well, two more questions. Sewer lines and CG, we just turned to, well, the property of Athens Christian. What was that prior?
The property at Athens Christian,
Was that
north
RS-15?
here, it was RS-15 and
Yeah.
yes, it was.
Thank you. And sewer lines?
And sewer is up through there at this point. Yes, sir.
Commissioner Parker?
Nah, man, we can talk some other time. It's late. It's late.
Through it too.
All right. All right, we're going to move on to 28, which is 2325 Commerce Road.
Okay, straight rezoning, 2325 Commerce Road from AR to CR. No proposed uses as part of their application. Really indicated in the packet that you have, the property owner just wished to consider a zoning change to make the property more marketable. It's this piece that's on the west side of 441. You see the rail line that bisects the property. Future land use is all rural. Now, the CR rezoning that they're asking for would be compatible with this rural future land use. But as you see here, all of the zoning on that west side of 441 going out, north out of the jurisdiction is zoned AR. So it would basically rezone one piece to a zoning classification that was different. The CR you see on the east side of 441 is a product of probably zoning in the 80s, where that would have been a highway business classification that was, back then we used to just do 300 feet off the right of way. And everything along one of those corridors would get highway business, and it split zoned a lot of property, and that's kind of a remnant of that from the 80s. But the west side is currently all zoned agricultural residential. The Planning Commission recommendation is to deny this request, and it was largely based on, they just really didn't feel like the applicant had demonstrated why the existing zoning is no longer sufficient when everything on that side of the road is. And so for that reason, they're recommending not to approve it with really no proposed use and no justification in their opinion of why the property couldn't continue to be zoned AR. So it's a recommendation to deny.
And this is in the long arc of District 5 that extends
That's
across this
it.
part of the county.
Yeah, and I spoke to the applicant, and the applicant seems to be we talked and kind of understanding of that, yeah, it was because no use was really kind of put in here. And the applicant really didn't have anything going on at this time, and so it seems that he is open to, just simply trying to bring a zoning change happen if he has somebody actually interested in the property. And so with that, I guess a technical question, if we were to pull this off, then that would, because he was interested possibly if he had something come forward in the next year or something want to come back, but if this is denied, right, he cannot come back for another year if he has something for this property, correct?
That's correct. If and I'm not sure where we are on the schedule, if we have already run legals, or legals are in place, but they may go this Friday. If we've not run legal ads yet, he could withdraw administratively just simply by letting us know that he would like to withdraw the rezoning. If the legals have run, you have to accept a withdrawal at your voting meeting in August. If you voted to deny the rezoning, then he cannot make another application for 12 months from your August meeting date.
Okay,
That's correct.
so yeah, that's, I think that's, I'll reach back out to him, let him know those different dates, and it's possible we might just see this withdrawn.
Okay.
I have a quick question. So there seems to be a lot of non-conforming use on this corridor on this side, on the AR side, or am I mistaken? Isn't AR typically residential? But there are quite a few businesses on this side of the road, auto repair and further down.
I think most of them, Commissioner, are further down where you see the purple start down where it says road at the bottom.
Yeah.
If you're going out towards Sandy Creek Park, just before you turn right on Bob Holman, that kind of industrial looking use that's on the left, that's the one piece that you see up in the top.
Okay.
You don't see Bob Holman, but it's just right across the street. I think largely this section is, there may be some residential uses that there are some businesses smaller being operated out of, but I think what you're referring to is further south.
Further down.
This is almost all wooded.
Okay. I'm just wondering that, maybe there's not a whole bunch of desire for residential there, whereas it kind of seems like it already is a somewhat commercial corridor.
I think part of what staff's position on it was, because we recommended it not be supported at this point as well, that if you're going to look at land use and zoning in this area, it really should be looked at in a more comprehensive manner along the entire corridor than on a parcel by parcel basis.
Yeah, this corridor could use it.
All right. All right, and so we'll see where we go if they administratively withdraw, or we have to do that for the vote. And next one's 229 Meg Street.
Okay. Special use permit for ground floor residential in the commercial downtown zoning district. This is the parking lot behind Bottle Works. Ground floor residential, 69 dwellings proposed with a total of 159 bedrooms, 4,300 plus or minus square footage of commercial, and that's largely all going to be in what I'll show you is building 4, which will be the closest building towards the existing Bottle Works at the corner of Meg's in Newton. 244 space parking deck that is wrapped with the residential buildings. That number is generally 2 spaces for each of the 69 dwelling units, and then it's replacing the 93 spaces that are currently in that parking lot today and providing about 6 or 7 more for the additional 4,300 foot of commercial that will go on the property. So it is the parking that has traditionally been used by commercial businesses in Bottle Works will still be provided, and each of the 69 units, 2 spaces per. It's a mix of 1, 2, 3, and 4 bedroom units. I think there's 5 4s, and then the 1s, 2s, and 3s are a pretty even split throughout. Property here you see, and we've probably all been in that parking lot at one point or the other. Commercial downtown zoning, it would be a special use for ground floor residential. I would remind you, this is this is one of the areas that staff recommended to you a year or so ago to consider for allowing that ground floor by right with certain provisions, and you all felt that you wanted to continue the special use process on this west end to allow for some design oversight of these projects. So that is why it's in front of you. Site plan here, if I'm referring to buildings, 1 is here facing Hancock, 2 and 3 are residential buildings going up Newton, and 4 will be this building on the corner. That building is fully compliant today with commercial downtown zoning. It's ground floor commercial with residential over the top. The other 3 buildings are all designed in a fashion that if at some point moving forward, if it were built and there was a desire for those ground floor residential units either on Hancock or Newton to be converted to office space or small retail type spaces, probably more office, but they could easily be converted back to ground floor commercial or non-residential uses if the time was right to do that. Here's kind of a perspective. This is looking, Hancock goes to your left, Newton goes to your right. So that's building 1, 2, 3, and then the large building in the far back right-hand corner would be building 4. 5 stories, it's 4 stories up vertical on the street. The 5th story is recessed back off of the street, and it breaks the scale of those buildings a little bit. They're not close to the 100-foot allowable height for buildings in the commercial downtown. They're probably about half of that to 2/3. There's a little different view that shows how the deck will be wrapped internally. And according to the architect, that the top level of that deck should come up to about grade level of the Camac House property. This sits way down in a hole and it will go up. It's not going to be well up over that elevation, and I'm sure they can provide some more information to you when they speak to you in August. But Planning Commission recommendation is approval with conditions. This is compatible with zoning and future land use. They felt like residential on the ground floor in this particular location was compatible. Downtown design standards specifically, they still must comply with. There were some issues that came out in the staff report early on that dealt with some potential concerns with our water and sewer provisions, some fire service provisions. The architect was able to meet with both the public utilities and TPW as well as fire, satisfy all those early conditions, and that's why the report looks a little strange, because you've got a denial recommendation coming from staff for those technical issues. They got worked out before the Planning Commission meeting. Planning Commission was then comfortable with recommending accordingly. So the recommendation from the Planning Commission on this special use is to approve with those conditions.
All right, and this is in District 3.
Yeah, I mean, this has kind of been a long time coming. It's always been known that the folks who own the bottle works were going to develop this lot, and it is zoned commercial downtown, so they could go up 100 feet if they wanted to. I had seen an earlier proposal for this lot several years ago, and it was taller, and this is certainly an improvement over that. You know, they do have they're maintaining that commercial parking to still serve the bottle works. Parking is an issue over there, and they're serving each of these units. I mean, ideally, we would live in a perfect world where we wouldn't have to provide parking for these residential units, but we don't. We live in a community that's still really stuck on auto dependency, even if you really don't need one living in a location like this. There's a lot of pressure on all the surrounding streets as far as parking. I mean, we've heard about it regarding the other project that's coming up. So I'm grateful that they are providing all that parking. I like the design of this. I like this incremental feel, this incremental kind of townhouse feel. This isn't something we see very often. You know, we usually see these big blocky behemoths. This looks like something that might have developed kind of naturally over a decade or two. So, I mean, this is commercial downtown, and I feel like we're getting a decent project for that zoning. So and the density is way lower.
So it's much lower.
It's way lower. I mean, this would be the kind of project where it would be impossible to participate in the inclusionary zoning process because you would end up with a 12-story building where, essentially you have single-family homes within a block and a very historic site right next door. But yeah, we've always known this was coming, and I think they've done a pretty good job with this proposal. And there is a fear of it becoming student housing. I'm grateful to see that the bedrooms are mostly 1s and 2s and some 3s and just a sliver of 4s. So there's no crazy rooftop pool or whatever amenities. I know there's been meetings with the neighborhoods, and the developers have tried really hard to convince them that they're not marketing this towards students. I'm sure there will be some students living in it, but I also hope that, you'll get retirees, professors, young families, maybe people will have their game day condos, but there's not a whole lot of room to be disruptive to the overall neighborhood with this design.
Mr. Davenport?
Oh, no, I didn't. I'm just thinking, I'm sorry I didn't have my hand up, but I would, if I could afford it, I would love to buy a spot here though, because I like the walkability.
What's going on? Well, we can be roommates.
I know, right? I like the walkability. You got daily groceries, you got the bottle works. I still have a problem with that parking deck. I agree with some of my colleagues that I wish we would not use our cars as much. But other than that, I enjoy this project.
Thank you. Commissioner Myers?
Yeah, I do have a question. I think in there it says on the 4 bedrooms are 4 bedrooms, 4 baths. Is that, that indicates to me that it's student housing for those apartment complexes. Can anyone comment on that assumption that I'm making? I heard someone on one of our radio pundits saying, well, that's just the norm in houses, but do we know what the interior plans are for those bedrooms?
There should be interior plans included in your overall packet, probably within the report section of it. I can tell you that of the 69 units that are being marketed, only 5 of them are 4-bedroom,
Okay.
4-bath, and the rest of them are a different mix, and they seem to be committed to the 2 parking spaces per unit based on their ratio numbers that would also, a combination of, you'd like to look at your parking numbers, you like to look at those amenities, those things tend not to be being proposed in the fashion that we see with the traditional student housing.
Yeah, and I'm curious, I think this is again one of those things where you can't like stick with it, but right now are the developers saying these are for rental or for sale, like the Bottle Works? Because the Bottle Works right now are condos, right?
They're not saying at this point. I think, that may be something they're certainly willing to address with you. I can tell you, because it was noted at the Planning Commission meeting, that the developer of this project is the same developer that recently redid the Mathis Apartments, just on Lumpkin, south of Five
Right.
Points. Whether they're rental or condominium, I don't know.
Okay.
They don't look or feel like they're going to be of a size or a price point that would be rental, but I certainly couldn't make that commitment to you.
Commissioner Denson?
Yeah, just a simple question. Brett, is this, it looks like, I'm looking here, is going to get rid of the on-street parking on Newton and Meigs?
It will not.
It will not?
No.
Okay.
The sidewalk will stay and the on-street. There's one drawing, they just didn't get in the plan. The on-street parking is a right-of-way improvement, so the fact that it's not shown in these drawings is not going to keep them from doing it, but that's just something they'll have to coordinate. They're very interested in keeping that and providing some additional tree planting and amenity to make it even a little more.
That sounds good. Yeah, I didn't see it in the drawing. That's what threw me off. Thanks.
Yes.
Commissioner Thornton?
Just a comment. I'm looking at this this picture, and honest to goodness, it looks like my son's apartment in Brooklyn, New York. That whole area looks just like it. I like it.
It's interesting you say that, Commissioner. I mean, really, and this is a great image. This is one of the best examples I've seen come before this body in my almost 16 years here of really taking some classic urban design principles when you look at the variability down the block face and that what they would call articulation, meaning the buildings move in and out a little bit. And so, you know, it feels like Brooklyn or Eastern Midtown Manhattan or something like that. You know, could be the cover of that Led Zeppelin record, Houses of the Holy. Anyhow, it's good work to the designer. Looking forward to seeing this on the ground.
Okay. Okay, last item this evening is a special use request at 347 West Hancock Avenue, special use in the commercial downtown West End district. I will remind you, as I always try to with these special uses, that the purpose of this process when they go through special use in large part is to ensure that the use that is being requested that's deemed to be special does not have a negative impact on those uses that are otherwise permitted uses within the zoning district that it is in. So I know there's been neighborhood concern. From a staff standpoint and the way we would evaluate this, we're looking to see if there is potential negative impacts on the ability for surrounding properties to develop under the existing commercial downtown zoning, which would be heavier commercial, higher density multifamily. So certainly understand the concerns. We've heard them too, but that's why the staff report reads the way it does. It's currently a vacant office building on 1/3 of an acre without any on-site parking. On-site parking wouldn't be required in CD for an office building anyway. There are no proposed building or site modifications. There is an off-site parking agreement required for the 8 to 9 residents that will be living within the facility if this is approved. You see the house there on Hancock that is slated for the special use. This one's a little bit unique in that there is also, this property has recently gone in front of the Historic Preservation Commission for conversion to a bed and breakfast, and it has received approval for some modifications to the building. That's slated to start later. It's not something that's slated to happen immediately, and in the interim, there is a fraternity that is without housing right now that is looking for a place to house 8 of their students and have a place to meet for a period of a year while they find a permanent location elsewhere. And so they have entered into an agreement, if this is approved, to basically move in almost in an as-is basis for 12 months and then vacate the property at the end of that time period. And then the conversion would be completed for the full property into a bed and breakfast, which is a permitted use. So again, there's future land use for the area, downtown, zoning current on the left. There is the White Columns Apartments is the one kind of cutout that is currently multifamily zoned and not commercial downtown within the area. Subject parcel is the parcel on the right. And then the existing elevations of the property is not slated to change as part of this proposal. Planning Commission is recommending that this be approved. They did add a condition. The off-site parking agreements have been executed, and they are within the allotted distance and do meet the requirements that we would be looking for. There are also, within the condition section in our special use ordinance, it does allow, as one of the conditions that could be considered, is a duration of the use. I don't know that we've ever used that one before, but it is in the ordinance as a allowable condition. And so Planning Commission is recommending that you consider adding that as a condition, that it basically would be approving from the date of your approval in August, if you were to approve it, that they can utilize this property for a fraternity house for a 12-month period, and then would have to vacate at that point. And that's the recommendation from the Planning Commission.
Thanks, Brad. This is also in District 3, just around the corner from the last one.
Yeah, I mean, I have real issues with this idea that they're going to vacate it in 12 months. That seems highly unusual to me. And how do we enforce that? What happens in 12 months? You know,
It would be, if it is a condition attached to an ordinance, then at the end of that 12-month period, it becomes a code enforcement issue. I mean, requiring people to vacate property is never an easy condition to
that's my
impose.
concern.
And quite honestly, staff did not evaluate it. Our recommendation as well was to approve it based on the location and the potential impacts on adjacent properties without that time limit. But that was something requested by the Planning Commission, simply as a recommendation.
I mean, and as far as I can tell, this certainly violates some of those considerations for special use approval that are listed in, I think it's section 920-5. There certainly has some parking issues with the fact that the parking's not on site. These guys are gonna park in the neighborhood, and those streets were not made for that. There's already serious parking issues, and I mean, I get calls all the time about noise violations, wild parties, trash. The trash problem on this Hancock corridor is horrible. The utter displacement of the original residents of this community, this Hancock corridor by, basically an overprivileged transient fraternity population is similar to Linentown. This is like Linentown 2.0, what's happened to the Hancock corridor. And it started with that KA house coming in. Fraternity kids want to be near their houses. So you set up one of their houses in a neighborhood, and they're going to start settling into all the houses in the surrounding area. Life has really been made miserable for the folks, the actual families who reside nearby, even a few blocks away, because the kind of parties these guys have, you can hear it from blocks. I actually walked through down the Hancock corridor, I guess it was after twilight. My husband and I walked a friend of ours home, and it was pretty wild. Even early in the evening when we were leaving, like 10 o'clock or whatever. I've heard some crazy stories about what goes on after 2. I just see this as a nuisance property that violates multiple points of that SUP considerations. Certainly trash, which would be an environmental impact. Noise, lights, when they have their backyard parties, they have all the lights on. And certainly the impact of the character of the neighborhood. The ordinance, the code talks about by establishment or expansion in conjunction with similar uses. There is just an oversaturation of this use in this neighborhood. And quite frankly, in my opinion, I don't think that neighborhood should have been zoned RM1. 5 Points didn't get zoned RM1, but Hancock did. 5 Points got a single family zoning. Hancock got RM1. It got targeted to be student housing. And it's really been to the detriment of that historic neighborhood and made life hell for families trying to live in that neighborhood.
Others? I'll just note, the map that Brad had up in a minute almost reached my lot in that yellow block. And so I live very nearby. In the abstract, kind of, I think in the ideal occupation of this, I could understand a fraternity wanting to say, hey, we're somewhat transient, we need a 12-month stint, let us be a sort of way station on the way to this becoming a bed and breakfast. But I think, as Commissioner Link highlighted, just thinking about community perspective, it was a stark transition when KA moved on to Hancock, and if that house and if the SAE house that's immediately adjacent to here were ideally operated, and there was not a cascade of red Solo cups and aluminum cans rolling out of those homes onto the sidewalk, and you weren't getting loud parties in very late hours, I think we wouldn't have had the turnout here. So I think part of this is really the nearby community's honest reaction to their lived experience with those neighbors. Again, if you had kind of ideal behavior, this would be an understandable request. I think it's just challenging in the wake of that very real week in, week out experience that neighbors have.
I mean, y'all, I've spent some Friday and Saturday nights rolling around the neighborhood in my Prius, and, I mean, the police just don't have the capacity to keep up with it. Our noise ordinance is not being enforced, our loud and unruly gatherings ordinance is not being enforced. And I think that's something that we need to discuss, is giving our law enforcement better tools to enforce those ordinances or improving those ordinances, so some of the accountability comes upon the property owners, or there's greater accountability when there's multiple violations. Stephanie Lynn provided some excellent data, and I really encourage y'all to look at her email and look at the documents she provides. It's a zoo. It can be a real zoo over there. I can hear it from my neighborhood sometimes.
Commissioner Denson?
Yeah, thank you. Brad, I think it said that they expect, was it 8 or 9 actual people to reside there?
8 of the members would live in the house. The 9th, if they end up with an on-site resident manager, that would be the 9th.
Okay.
But they weren't sure if that was going to actually come to fruition or not.
So the parking spaces was for 9?
Parking was for 1 space per each resident that lives there.
I mean, I think it's extremely unrealistic. I mean, was there any discussion at all about, because this were this was the fraternity that was on Broad Street, correct? With the
Yes.
renovated restaurant and yeah.
I think, yes, this was the one that it was displaced with the development of the 558 project. Yes, sir.
I mean, was it, when this discussion was coming up about the number of parking spaces, like what the, I don't know, the actual expected capacity of, I'm just thinking, right, Saturday night, the average number of people who are actually going to be there.
Yeah.
Because 9 cars, 9 spots, I mean, and yeah, as we were just talking, there's already very limited parking in this area. There's no street parking on Hancock. I'm kind of concerned. Sometimes I see cars parked there. Yeah, I guess even with that parking agreement in place, I feel like that parking agreement should be 4 times that, 5 times that probably, before I would think it'd be realistic.
Well, and I think where it becomes a little difficult from staff standpoint is, with the exception of that residential live-in component, the rest of the use of a fraternity is kind of classified like every other use in downtown. There is no parking requirement. Kind of similar to the one we were just talking about on Meg's, where we're saying we wish they didn't provide any parking. It's if it were a bar that went into that house,
right,
no requirement for any parking. So it became difficult from a staff evaluation standpoint to say that is a negative impact to the other surrounding uses. I completely understand your point in terms of reality, but that's why we recommended the way we did.
Yeah, I understand. And I think that just underlines again how this is a very complex and abnormal request. But
these edges of these commercial downtown zones can be challenging, no doubt.
Brad, just running the rabbit on some concepts based on previous approval of fraternity houses as special uses. I mean, could a condition be no outdoor amplified sound or no amplified sound generally, or even not having chapter meetings on site?
We're going to enforce that.
I mean, I think you could do certainly the no outdoor amplified music. I'm afraid that part of what they're going to say is that's, we're not spending the money on this property to put 8 kids up in here. What is really important to us is the
gathering opportunity.
Is the gathering opportunity. Whether that's 2 o'clock in the morning or whether there's regular chapter meetings in a place on football weekends to gather before a game like other fraternities. To say that you can't have the meetings there is almost like approving a use and then saying you can't use it for that. I would probably discourage you from that, but I think the no outdoor amplified music would certainly be within the realm of that.
Carol?
I have just, I have a question, comment for future discussion. This zoning request is part of our trying to deal with student housing, as, whether or not it's fraternities, sororities, and just increase in student housing. And I just need, help understanding if other communities, college communities like us, have land use zoning requirements that apply to fraternities, sororities, and where student housing can be developed. And has that been something that we have discussed, this body has discussed previously to my becoming part of the commission? Do we have any white papers on that?
Brad, do you even want to talk about the development of fraternities and sororities as a special use in the first place?
There's, in terms of other university communities that have downtowns similar to our downtown and whether or not they would allow them, I've not done any research on that in terms of other communities. The fraternity sorority use within the zoning ordinance is really fairly restricted in terms of where you can put it. Millage Avenue entered into, at the same time they were looking at a historic district, they did a special district overlay. And a large part of that special district was, they didn't want to get rid of the fraternity sorority use on millage, but it allowed for the ability to view them as special uses in a lot of cases. If there were expansions or new ones going in, it allowed for you to look at concentration of uses on millage. If you started getting into where it was an area that it was nothing but large Greek organizations, that could be a basis for you not approving an additional one. But I don't know that we have any type of a white paper in terms of assessment with other university communities. I'm sure they all have stories to tell, but I don't have anything.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, Commissioner Houle.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask, I'm not sure if this is for Manager Williams or Attorney Drake or both perhaps, but could we get a brief report from code enforcement staff or the attorneys, whoever's applicable, on how they would go about enforcing the condition of vacating after a year and what process and timeline we can expect to face if the fraternity is non-compliant with vacating after a year?
Brad, can you talk about what that enforcement mechanism looks like?
Yeah, that was a point of discussion with staff and legal counsel at the Planning Commission meeting as well, that it's not an easy thing, but we could certainly give you an outline. You would basically be, at the point that 12 months was up, you would be in violation of your zoning for continuing to operate that use based on the condition imposed, the same way that if we impose a 100-foot undisturbed buffer on a development and they cut it down, it's a violation. Now, ultimately, it's going to go to citation, I think, in terms of that's really the limit of our ability to do it, but they could be cited frequently and move through that process, but that is the process we have in place for going after these kind of zoning violations.
Okay, yeah, I guess, hearing, if I did hear you correctly, Brad, that we haven't exercised that as an option before, so this is kind of a novel idea for us at least, I'd like a bit more clarity, maybe an attorney's office memo. The fear I have is that we find ourselves in a situation where they're not leaving and we're wrapped up in some kind of litigation that drags on for, months or years. The inertia of this decision becomes something new entirely despite the intent at the outset. So
and I think that's very possible. We file an ordinance violation, we go to court, we ask the court to fine them so much for every day they're still in there as a violation. We're hopeful the court agrees to that. I think that's the kind of situation we'd be in. Hopefully that would get some action and get them out of there, but I can't make, how court, I think it's wise to be concerned about that, how that might go. It's not like we're going to necessarily we got the authority to tell them to get out and the next day they're gone, is what everybody needs to realize. There's a process, you go to court, you file, judge, Your Honor, they got a special condition to be here, they're beyond it, we would ask you to start fining them every day, they're still here. And depending on what the judge says, maybe they say, well, hey, we'll just pay that a while. But hopefully the judge realizes that's what would be up, that would be, Your Honor, that's not enough. You got to make it so they will get out of there.
And I, for what it's worth, I would certainly agree with Attorney Drake's position on that issue.
Some food for thought. All right, everybody, thank you very much. Please have a safe night. All right, I think Attorney Drake, we do need a motion to adjourn, is that correct?
Second.
All right, motion from Commissioner Parker, second from Commissioner Denson. All in favor of adjourning?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, we stand adjourned.